Okay, my brothers and sisters, I'm beginning my broadcast. I didn't want to do it today, but due to many requests, I have decided to update you in my capacity as the as the community leader and advocate of this community. I have decided to come on tonight for a very important broadcast, and I invite all of you to join me to share the live. I invite you to join my group, join the live, share it. I'm going live on all the platforms here: YouTube, Facebook, and also on TikTok. And I'm doing this as a public service. I'm doing this because there's a large demand. I'm doing this because you've elected me to be your voice. And I've done it because of the goodness of my heart and the fact that I want to see developments. I want to see people thrive. I want to give back to community, will give back to society, give back to those who have supported me in my careers in the past, both as a police legal advisor, state prosecutor, a magistrate, defense lawyer, in my political life as the first elected district leader here in Little Guyana in New York. I've opened up the door. I've been a pioneer. I've been a trailblazer. And I'm still coming to you after 3 to 4 decades of selfless service. I have not received any money for my social, political, and leadership work. I've asked for none. I've worked strictly as a volunteer. I've refused a salary. God has blessed me in many ways, and I thank Him for that. Inshallah and Pranam, as the Muslim and Hindus would say, and thank God, as Christians would say, and and everyone else. So Shalom, as the Jews would say. We are here to serve you. We are here to serve mankind. We're here to serve everything that is good and great in this wonderful country, and also making sure that we can help our own country. So I want to ask all of you to join my group, join the live, like it, share it, join the live, like it, share it, so that way I don't have to repeat myself. These days, there have been a lot of issues coming up one after the other. And my first issue today, and I'll get to the MV BARIMA, get yourselves prepared. Those who have information, those who want to have updates, there's lots of updates. Every day there's something new. Every day there's something that's gone amiss in Guyana. Every day there's some quarrel or fight. There is a need for the opposition and the government to unite and be fair to the people of Guyana. They should put the interests of Guyana first and stop looking for their own advancement and what they conceive to be their own progress. So brothers and sisters, share the life, like it, join my group, make sure we have a good audience so we can start getting into details. I don't want to have to repeat myself. Sometimes it can be very tiring having to speak for hours. Last night I spoke for a very long time. I've got over 20,000 likes and hearts, and I've gotten several emails and messages from Guyana, Madia, BARIMA, Monkey Mountain, Bartica, people asking for the dialogue, people asking me to continue to speak as the spokesperson, as the voice of the voiceless, the voice of the underdog, the voice of the underprivileged, the advocate, so to speak, for those who need a voice. And right behind me, as you see that gentleman there, that's Cherry Jagan. That great photograph there is Cherry Jagan on my wall. I think you can only see it on YouTube. But Cherry Jagan gave me awards when I was a young lawyer, and he inspired me for how he did and his honesty and the work that he did to uplift his people, and how he fought for independence, how he fought for Guyana, and how he gave his life. One of the most honest politicians you can find was Cherry Barrett Jagan. And we salute him today. We pay tribute to him, and we continue his legacy. We also have Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in jail. They took the best years out of him, yet he came back to be the president of South Africa, an icon and a beacon of light and hope and triumph over injustice. So many of you who give your mouth a lot of liberty and try to denounce others, think of this way. Those who have paid the ultimate price for you and have been targeted with bogus charges and also have risen above them, I am one of those people. I say it very proudly, because this is the kind of inspiration you need. That is the kind of legacy you must follow. And that is how you must stand up unafraid to say your part and to say what you believe in. Never be afraid. Always stand up for what is right. Because, brothers and sisters, that's the most important thing in your life. Many of us would prefer to sell each other out, and we'll get to that with ICE raids on basement apartments raiding and these sort of things, how our own people can sometimes cause that to happen. But I'll get into the nitty gritty of it all now. I hope you have joined my group. I hope you have shared. I hope you have sent stars. I hope that you have participated in your part. And now let's get the program going and send it, share the live, share to your people, tell them I'm on. Those, you see, the good thing about joining me and joining my group on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, wherever you may be, is that you'll be able to get live updates and you will know when I'm coming on, so you don't have to email me and call me all the time and get that situation done. So I hear Michael D'Oliveira saying, Skipper, come and defend those who died and those that have survived the MV Barima disaster. Well, Michael, we are looking at that. There is every possibility that I might come there and take up that case. However, if there is settlement and negotiations, which is ensuring that the government do the right thing and also to make these people whole, that is the first order of business right now. And we're looking at that. We have some time in which to do lawsuits. We do have 3 years in which to sue the Guyana government. I've heard that the president said he's going to compensate them. And I'm not talking about the compensation that was given at Madia. It has to be much more than that. It has to be much more meaningful, much more realistic, much more catering to the needs of education, food, clothing, so people do not become paupers, stepchildren, and orphans, literally and figuratively in Guyana. We got to make sure that that is not done to the people of Guyana and that they can have a life and have a very successful life. So the whole idea is to make them whole and ensure that they get the right compensation that they deserve in the great land of Guyana for that atrocious injustice, tragedy that happened to them. So let's come first to the first issue of ICE raids. Many people have been calling me and asking about their rights with immigration, that if immigration comes, and immigration is right now very rampant in New York and many other states. They are in Jackson Heights. They've come into Richmond Hill. They've picked up folks. They've come to Hope Depot. They've not had a full blast, a full raid on this community. But at the same time, you have to be prepared because all of us knew, and all of you are aware, that when President Trump came into power for the second term, he did say quite clearly that I'm going to get rid of the country of illegal immigrants, what we call undocumented people, folks, and they're going to make sure that they're sent back to their countries. So that is not something new. But at the same time, being America is a land of immigrants, I can understand, and people work hard, and they're saying, well, why should I be a victim of this? Why should I be ostracized? Why should I be discriminated? Why should I be targeted? I can understand that this is very un-American-like. America has always been a welcoming beacon of hope and a pathway to success and a light unto the world, that it was built on immigration and that people are treated here. We are a proud nation of immigrants, and that ICE raiding and ICE decimating families, ICE dividing families now has led to a lot of concern and a lot of disgust, a lot of unhappiness, a lot of pain and suffering. So before we get to the Barima tragedy in Guyana, let's talk about how you can protect yourself against ICE, how you can protect yourself against immigration raids in this country. You know, over my career of over 30 years as one of the top immigration lawyers here in this country, I've helped a lot of people. However, there's a small percentage, probably like 0.5%, half of a percent, who do not tell their lawyers the truth, who set you up, who do not disclose everything to you, come with fake documents, who come with bogus passports, who were actually held and fingerprinted at the borders and in the Kennedy airport, who had criminal convictions, who had drug convictions, never told you as a lawyer, and you go in there and you fight for these people. Now, when you're a lawyer in immigration, you actually adopt the truthfulness of those documents. You're actually signing off that you are aware of them and to the extent of your knowledge that these documents contain the truth, nothing but the truth. So that is a responsibility and that's a liability that lawyers carry where immigration is concerned. So share the live, send it out, join the link for future YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook to ensure that whenever there are updates, whenever I come on, I will try to do it more regularly because I've got a lot of demand for it. I got over 20,000 stars last night. I got a lot of people were listening. So I understand that you want information, you want solutions, you want advice, and you want folks to shed light and objectivity on what's going on. And you've chosen me as your leader to come out and speak. Not many people can come out and address these issues. I understand their limitations. I understand their intellectual limitations also, and I also understand their cowardice not to speak. So, as a leader, as someone who has always been gifted, and someone at Queen's College in Guyana, top school, and someone who has given back to my community and never asked for anything, I will continue to do my part. So, share the life, make everyone subscribe, tell them to like it, tell them to share it, tell them to join, so that they can also get, you know, notifications as to when we're going to be coming on, when we're going to be broadcasting, so they can also join and they can also understand and they can also know what's going on. Live hanging out here, drop and follow so we can do this again. If you like hanging out here, drop and follow so we can invite you again and we can meet regularly. Now, brothers and sisters, let's get to the nitty-gritty of it. Let's say there's a knock on your door. Police, police, or ICE, ICE, open up, open up. The question is, do you have a duty, a responsibility, or any sort of obligation to open your door? Do you have an obligation to open your door? And I'll give you a hint. America's constitution or legacy or history states that your home, and all over the world, your home is your castle. Even if you live in a bamboo hut, your home is your castle. Even if you live in a garage, your home is your castle. Your home is sacred. Your home is sacrosanct. Even if your trailer park is your home, it is your home. It is classified as your living quarters. There are rights attaching to that. There are rights under the Constitution. The right to privacy, the right to your home, the right from interference, the right from discrimination, all these great rights. Read the U.S. Constitution. Buy a copy and keep it with you anywhere you go. Just like how you would keep a copy, coming back to immigration, of your ID. Always keep a copy of your ID, copy of your passport if you don't have ID. Get the New York City ID, copy of whatever shows that you are, Tom Singh or Bhagwati Matar, whatever you may be, whoever you may be. Have that form of ID. Your IDs must be consistent. The moment you have IDs saying 2 different names and 3 different names, they can say that's fraud. That's a quick time, they will ship you out. They will deport you for fraud. Or as much as your name Bhagwati or Dali in another country, have consistent ID. A lot of people have different names. They change their names. You understand? They use shortened forms. They use call names. And it's on a document. Try to avoid that. Try to have a consistent legal name you use and stick to America. Even if it's an Indian name, be proud of your name. I know of a lady named Mindrawati. Mindrawati. Ashamed of her name, so she said, my name Mindra. Call me Mindra. I mean, why should you be ashamed of your name? Why should you be ashamed of your legacy? Those names have meanings. There were book names given by the Hindus. Be proud of your name. One other man got some name, Jaipal or whatever he named, and he said, call him Paul. Okay, you feel Paul sound more like Americanized. So, brothers and sisters, whatever your name is, stick to it. That's the hard and fast of this rule here. You stick to your name, whatever your name is. Names are by which you are differentiated, and be proud of your name. So you have a consistent ID. Coming back to this knock on your door, knock, knock, police, ICE, immigration, building department. What do you do, brothers and sisters? What are your rights? What are your rights under the Constitution of this great country? How much do we know about your rights in this great country? But let's get to that. You don't have to open your door. I was at the senior center and I was very impressed. All those seniors, They knew about these rights. They knew. Said, we're not going to open that door. No. And you must think about this. Amazon come, they deliver it, right? They don't knock your door and talk about open up and or so, right? So you know Amazon will leave the stuff. Most people have a camera; they can look at the camera and see who's there. And sometimes ICE does not come with a big sign marking ICE. ICE does not come to your home with a big sign mark ICE or DHS, Department of Homeland Security, or police, or law enforcement, or FBI, or DEA. They do not come with a big tag on their shirt for you to differentiate. They may come on the cover. They may come clothed as ordinary citizens. And that means that you will now have to differentiate as to who is who and who is coming at your door. Now, a lot of you people may think, oh, you know what? Perhaps somebody's coming to bring me a nice gift. Perhaps they're bringing me some supplies. Supplies. Perhaps they're bringing me a nice meal. Let me open my door. No. I've always told people, I have never had anybody bring something great to my door, except a bill to pay or something, a letter to that you have to reply to. Never had somebody offer me anything at my door all my 4 decades in America. So you have to now decide, why am I going to open my door and I don't even know it's on the other side? Is that person coming to affect my life? Is that person coming to upend my life? Is that person coming to arrest me? Is that person coming to deport me? Is that person coming to grab me? You have to decide, and the best way to decide that is to stand and exercise your fundamental right. Okay? Now, somebody named Starlight is saying you go back to Guyana because you want to fight PPP for power. Well, the name Starlight, that's the kind of people you have here, you know, that will come out with this foolish stuff. So my point is, you have a lot of crazy people, you have to avoid them, especially when they come under an assumed name, you know. And you know something? I would proudly fight anybody for power in Guyana if I wanted to. I don't have no qualms about that. I have fought for power here. I have fought for the underdog. I don't have to make any apologies to anybody. I've proudly set the stage, and I've proudly stood up for those who have never had office, who have never been accounted for, and people like Starlight who would hide behind a keyboard and said, my name is Starlight, and try to attack me. They're barking up the wrong tree. They're barking to a gladiator, a person who's already been through that kind of stuff and understand how dirty and nasty and vicious people could be. They will sell you down the river. So the same way that ICE is coming to your door, you don't open your door. You have a constitutional right not to open your door. If they said, if you're not home, or if you wish to speak to them through your window or through the door, and they said they have a warrant, said, I'd like to see your warrant, sir. Please show me your warrant. If they come in and say, listen, we have a warrant to kick down your door. We have a warrant to come into your house. If you don't want to open up, you're going to come inside, we're going to break down the door because we're ICE. Ask them to see the warrant. Look at the warrant. If it is not signed by a judge, if that warrant is not signed by a judge and not by, let's say, an immigration officer or a department officer of the immigration, it cannot be an administrative warrant. It has to be a legal warrant. It has to be a warrant signed by a judge. You have to see the word judge in front of that person's name. And you can Google that person's name. If it's Judge Brown, Judge White, Judge Black, or who? Is this really a judge? I'll come up on Google. Oh, Judge Brown or Judge White or Judge Black is a judge of the Supreme Court of the state of New York or a judge of the immigration court. But not someone who is a departmental head, not someone who is an officer of the ICE, not someone who's part of the Department of Homeland Security. Those are not valid warrants. So you don't have to use that as an excuse or as a reason to open your door. You have to ensure that you protect your rights, and you may have kids, you may have family, you have an obligation and a moral duty. How would you want your little kids or your little your children to suffer? And then it's something that shows that you live in this country and you're still not able to understand and appreciate the rights that this great country has given us. And that is a fundamental right, that your home is your castle and you don't have to open your door. If you now, that they come into their house now, or they catch you, or they come into you, or they stop you on the road and said, we're ICE, we're detaining you. If they detain you, then you tell them that you want to speak to an attorney. And don't speak to them, don't sign any documents. If they bring a sign and saying you're waiving your rights to be deported, just like how you have waivers in BARIMA and Guyana, people trying to push waivers and other people and trying to push documents for them to sign, do not sign any documents. Do not sign any documents, because in signing those documents, you would be most likely giving up your rights, waiving your rights to contest the case, and hence opening yourself and consenting to your own deportation, your own demise, and your own problems in this country. So that is a problem you would have if you give away your rights. You don't just sign away your rights. You have legal counsel. You always ask for your attorney to be present. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but to his credit, Mayor Mamdani has been providing services to tenants who've been, unjustly treated by landlords. He's been providing free legal services to indigent defendants. Have always had that service and family court, but now you also have it for immigrants. So if you want to have a lawyer right away and for free and someone who can help you, you have to call like an immigration hotline. You have to call one of the immigration services, or in order to get information, then we call 311. Call 311 and says, I would like to have or know the services for immigration. I am being arrested by ICE. I would like to have legal representation on my own behalf or on my family, because ICE has arrested me, or ICE is about to arrest me, or I'm being detained, or I'm being kept now, I'm being handcuffed, and I'm being taken out of my home, I'm being taken from my car, I'm being taken on the streets. Call 311 and tell them you want to be connected to a free immigrant services provider. Free immigrant services provider 311. That is a direct connection. Because you may be taken, you'll be so shocked, you'll be so surprised, you'll be so upset that you have to think. You have to think logically, and you have to think quickly. What do I do now? I call 311. If ICE is coming to arrest me, if the cops are coming to arrest me, you call for that to have legal assistance, free of charge. And then as the funnels go on, you can decide to hire a more paying lawyer, or you can continue to be, or you may qualify for legal aid, because a lot of folks are below the poverty line and they will qualify for legal aid funded by the state and the federal government and the city government. These are where your taxes go. So you have to understand that these are your taxes that we have paid for you, and your communities, your uncles, your aunts, your parents have paid over time. And it's that money coming back to help you from the city, from the state, and from the federal government. So these are the sort of resources that will assist you in your problems and assist you in trying to get out and so forth. So your taxes are very important. They say immigrants pay more taxes than a typical American. So understand that there are many people who have come here in search of a better life and in search of a dream, and they have done their part. But due to racism and discrimination and very small petty minds, and those who think that they are two classes of Americans, those who were born here, or those whose parents came here, or those whose grandparents came here, and then there's immigrants who recently came, that is a fallacy. That's a bigotry. That's ignorance. All Americans are equal on the Constitution, on the law. There's due process of law, and there's equal protection of the law governing everyone. Equal protection of the law. So don't let anybody tell you you're racist, or even some of them are on this chat, come forward and say, oh, why are you giving them advice? Why are you telling them? Why are you helping them? Because we all live here. Every time you buy something in the store, you pay taxes, sales tax. Everybody contributes to this country. Some contribute more. Some families contribute on their behalf. And hence, that is not how America was built. America is a nation of immigrants. America was built on the blood, sweat, and tears of immigrants. It is only a matter of degree that we are Americans. But at the end of the day, we are all Americans. So those who are bigots, those who are perverts, and those who feel that there's classes and tiers of immigrants, you must let them know, well, we don't know of any such concept. We're all Americans. Just like how COVID attacked each and every one of us, or that COVID taught us a lesson, it's the same way that ownership in America or American dignity does not discriminate from a citizen born here or a citizen who migrated and became a citizen here. That is why you should try to become citizens. You should all become citizens because it's the greatest protection and equalization factor you can have. You can have federal jobs, you can have federal protection, you can access equality to the highest level, equal rights, equal protection, equal process, equal treatment under the law. That is why you must become citizens. And most importantly, where many of you have let down, many leaders like myself who have tried to give you a better life, who put our heart and soul into campaigns, who didn't need to do this, but who did it of the goodness of our heart, who did it on your behalf. Where I don't need representation, but you need representation, their family, and those who have not had the similar sort of education that I have had or the exposure. But we do it to help you. We do it to give back. We do it to help the community. But you all don't go out and vote. You all don't get involved in civic. You all don't get involved in police precincts. You all don't get involved in the black associations. You don't get involved in the community boards. You do yourself a great service as if you were accepting that you were lesser than other people. By doing that, you're accepting that you're of a lower class or lower standard. You believe in and giving faith to the caste system, that you are of a lower caste or you are a lower class and you're not a true American, that you're below American citizenship. But as long as you get American citizenship, as long as you do what is right to equalize the playing field, as long as you do what you've got to do to be the level playing field, then that is the most important thing that you have to do, okay, to become a citizen. So that is the most important thing. And that important part of it is that you have to make sure that you become citizens. Even if, as you would be judged, you want to make sure that you have all the rights and you do not deprive you and your kids of having the fullness of the American dream. Okay? That is the most important thing. There's some idiots saying here about filling pockets, and they come under the user one big long line. I guess that's among the diseases and social diseases they have. But they come on these sites and try to harass you. So you have I'd say no thank you. They don't want to be citizens. You know why? They don't want to be citizens because of the fact that they have a caste system. They have what you call a cockroach mentality. They have the mind of a rat, a mouse, or a snake. And such people, you keep away from them. Do not have people like that in their midst. Like I said last night, you put them in the rear view mirror, in the rear lights, and you move ahead. You move right above them, over them, never look back. My father always told me that, and you know the deal. You always have some keyboard warriors, keyboard pontificators, or keyboard idiots who will continue to type and type nonsense, but you have to just don't pay them any mind. They are all part of the cesspool in which we live. And there's a lot of cesspools out there. So these are the rights under immigration. And when you have that, you contest it. If you plead for asylum, if you plead for whatever the case may be, immigration has gotten very tough now. So the present policies of the Trump administration, which he told us that he was going to be tough in immigration, a lot of laws have been rolled back, a lot of opportunities have been cut. We can't go into that tonight, but I'll do that as another program, or you can check my previous videos. But the purpose of this video tonight is to educate you and to advise you that under the laws of this great country, you have a right to protect yourself. You have a right not to open your door if ICE comes knocking. You have a right not to be in a situation if you to refuse entry. But at the same time, you have to do the right thing. Do not drink and drive. Do not drink and drive. Do not get into fights. Do not get into arguments. Do not get into public confrontations where police are attracted. It is a law of New York City, as a sanctuary city, as Mayor Zoran Mamdani endorsed recently, that in this city we do not pay attention. We will not allow ICE, or we will not ask our police officers to cooperate with ICE. For example, if there's a fighting or there's some kind of motor collision or there's some kind of accident or there's some kind of arrest situation between people, husband and wife, domestic violence or incident, whatever it may be, and the police come to your home and they're investigating, they're not even supposed to ask your immigration status. Let me repeat that. Police officers are not allowed to ask for your immigration status when investigating a crime. And they're not allowed to turn over that information to ICE or to the federal government. So that's a very important part of the law you have to understand. Police are not ICE. They have their own separate jurisdiction. They have their own portfolios. They have their own immunities. They have their own protocols. And I've confirmed with them, and I've always had lectures to police officers and to other folks on the rights of people and stuff like that concerning this. And that right is, sacred as it is, this is a sanctuary city, and police officers will not and should not and must not turn over information to ICE. Some folks are doing it like in Long Island. Governor Blakeman's, sorry, Mr. Blakeman over there said that he was going to enforce that, and that is his jurisdiction. I would imagine, although it may be contestable, that's against the Constitution or legal law or whatever the case may be. But in New York City, here, it being a sanctuary city and other cities in America, ICE is not allowed to arrest you um, or have take information from police and arrest you or be handed over to police if there's an incident and it comes to light that you are not documented. I don't use the word illegal because, as folks who have always championed immigrants and immigrants' rights, we have never used, we don't use the term illegal immigrants or illegal aliens. We use the term undocumented immigrants. So undocumented immigrants do have that right, and they have the right in that sense that they would not be sent home and they will not be turned over to immigration. So this is a very important part of your rights because many people here have undocumented immigrants amongst them. They may have them in their business, they may have them in their homes, they may have them as tenants. These folks need to know their rights. Whilst they're doing that, you don't just sit back. You try to get your green cards, you try to get sponsorship. You know, a lot of people have told me, oh, I don't want to become an immigrant because it is cost too much. That is rubbish. Pay the fees, pay the immigration fees, whatever it is. It sometimes it goes up and goes up quite regularly. The government wants revenue also. Um, so you have to pay that fee, make that sacrifice. Many of you have been waiting and waiting and waiting years after years. I know a lot of you have come to me and said, you tell me apply for citizenship and I didn't apply yet and 10 year done pass. Well, you shouldn't be proud of that because you are not doing the American way. You are not level the playing field. You are not organizing yourself. You are not living up to the standards and ideals of America. Perhaps you're in the wrong country. In this country, you apply for citizenship as soon as you can get it. Apply, become immigrants, so you will have the rights. And you cannot be deported if you are an immigrant, if you are a citizen, sorry. Let me repeat that. If you are a U.S. citizen and you commit a crime or are found guilty of a crime, for example, unless that crime concerns fraud in your application, you cannot be deported out of this country. So a lot of folks have been deported, and rightly so because they only have green cards. But when it comes to deporting a citizen, that is a horse of a different color. You have more rights. And I would urge you to get those rights. I would urge you to get those rights if you want your other family members to be sponsored. And I would urge you to get those rights if you want to make sure that you're equal and you equalize a level playing field and that you can also access federal benefits and things of that nature. This is a great country. It's a great nation. And you must, within the laws and within the provisions, also make use of what is out there for us. I also want to talk to you about if many people have asked if their children were born here, they have a baby here, they're not legal, or they may just be on green card holders if their children are born citizens. So the question is, as my child a born citizen, which the Constitution provides for, if I'm not documented, I came on a banana boat. I came through the back door. I came, I'm illegal. I'm undocumented. I don't have status. But the law is still the same. Your child is a born American citizen. Your child has the portfolio of being an American citizen entitled to remain here. But mind you, only the child has that right. You can be deported if you put yourself in a situation where you're deportable, commit a crime, caught drunken driving, domestic violence, committing crimes, rape, all these sorts of things, robbery. So, whereas your child may be allowed to stay, you may be sent home, and that is a problem because you are given your child, however, has that right. There's no differentiation between a child born to American parents who were generations here and a child born to an undocumented or illegal or an alien or whatever you may call that person. So let's put it this way. If, let's say, Mary did not came from Trinidad, Guyana, Jamaica, Africa, India, Sri Lanka, wherever, Australia, Ukraine, many people come to America for the dream. This has always been the dream country to come to, the greatest country in the world. Whether in theory or not, that is a concept and that is the brainwashing, perhaps, that some people endure, and perhaps in reality it has a lot of good things. America is a great country. If it is trumped up to be great, then people sometimes think that it is great. But we're not here to debate whether America is fully accredited or whether it's the greatest country on earth. But it is a great country. Let's put it at that. So if that Mary comes here and she gets a child and she doesn't have her papers or her documents, her child remains and will be a born American citizen. So that does not, the child status does not depend on Mary's illegality or illegal status or overstay or undocumented status or anything like that. She also has the right, or kids, to remain here, but she is advised to try to get her legal documentation, get her paperwork in order, walk safe, do not get into problems, pay her taxes, keep out of trouble, and continue to see, file taxes, continue to see how best that she can then access the American dream through one of the categories of allow. Not to go and get fake documents or fake IDs or fake socials. That doesn't help. That is the worst thing you can do, because then if that come to light, you can be deported and charged for a crime. So basically, these are the issues on immigration law. I've spent 36 minutes on that. I wanted you to be aware. I'll summarize now. If ICE comes knocking your door as a cop, police officer, or whosoever, or even the building department, you don't have to open your door. Two, if they have a warrant, you have to see the warrant, slip it under the door. You don't just open up your door. You check and see if it's signed by a judge. If it is not signed by a judge, by an immigration officer, then you have the right not to open your door. You will be able to sue if they kick down and break down your door, because that would be an illegal entry and you'll be entitled to damages under the law. You don't have to say anything. You have the Fifth Amendment right. You have the right against self-incrimination. You could tell them, I don't wish to say anything. You invoke the right. Invoke the right that I wish to have my lawyer present. Secondly, you also say, I don't have anything to say. I will not be signing any documents. Because the documents you'll be signing may very well be the documents that are deporting you or they're used against you as a waiver. Just like how documents are floating around in the MV BARIMA to settle, to sign that you receive X amount for the funeral or what have you, and therefore you're giving up your rights, or how it happened in Madia when the people signed, I think it was $5,000 or 500. I can't remember what it was, but they got very below what they could have gotten. So you don't sign documents without the advice of counsel. You don't sign that, and also with the relatives of the MV BARIMA, when they were told to sign that you want this to be a memorial site, and people said, no, we're not going to sign that. That's the right thing, because you sign away your rights, and you could very well be signing away your future earnings or future compensation or any kind of rights that have accumulated from that disaster. And that is something that you don't want to have. That is not something that is trivial. That is not something you want to give away. That is not something for for people to play with. So these are the basic rights there. And if you need a lawyer, call 311, or you call the Immigration Services hotline, and you tell them you need a lawyer, I'm being arrested, I'm being deported, and they will put you before an immigration judge. You see, there's due process in this country, so you have to have a hearing. They don't just drag you and put you on a plane immediately. They put you through an immigration court. And in that court, you can raise your issues, asylum, persecution, whatever it may be, can be raised at that forum. It must be based on truth and evidence and fact. If you lie, you're going to get into further trouble. You have to have a credible case, and you have to present a case that is based on facts, a case that is based on circumstances that you can show and you can prove. That is what that part is about. So that's how you protect yourself here. Hopefully there'll be a change in the policies of America. You know, the last president who gave amnesty, you had President Reagan, Ronald Reagan, a great president, a Republican president, but a great president. Ronald Reagan, fallen Abraham Lincoln, who also emancipated slaves. These are great American Republican presidents. You also have Bill Clinton, who also had the grandfather law. He's Democrat. President Clinton, to his credit, although he sent a lot of people into jail with the drug laws, he also helped immigrants to be grandfathered in, to pay the fine, and to be part of this great nation, to help them assimilate faster. So that's an important thing about it. That America is always changing. It's a dynamic field. It's a changing area. It's an area of major concern, immigration law, and it's likely to change and likely to change um, very quickly because immigration is a dynamic subject in immigration law in this country. So that's my contribution today on immigration, and I want to close out. Also, this applies to bidding inspectors. Let's say a bidding inspector comes to your door. Rap, rap, rap. Bidding inspector, Department of Buildings. Do you have to open your door to them? Same answer, no. You don't have to open your door to a building inspector. And I bring this up because we've had problems here in Richmond Hill and Ozone Park. As the community leader, people have come to me for help, and I've guided them. Now, neighbors have Guyanese and a lot of other people have a habit of reporting their basements, the neighbors' basements, and the other people. If the neighbor look at them too strong, or they get a problem, or they have a domestic fight, or they have some kind of ill blood and fence and so on, a lot of Guyanese, a lot of folks in the Caribbean come in with small minds and have and love to trouble with other people. And I've seen that. I've seen people trying to make problems and trying to create. They don't have nothing else to do, or the belly full, or whatever it is, but they behave like ignorant people. They behave like very, very, what they call ignoramuses. People who don't have any kind of class. People, as they call them, the last class in Guyana. They come in with the same gutter mind mentality, the same gutter rat mentality, and the same cesspool mentality. And they go and if the neighbor and them have a problem, instead of sorting it out, they go and complain that the neighbor got a illegal basement. And most likely, a lot of these homes have, because they depend on that income to help their families to make a living. So when they do that, that now becomes a problem because the bidding inspector now has to act on it, because they call up 311, they make a report of a basement, and people now go and complain. And most times, when the building department come, they say your neighbor complained to you. They always say that your neighbor made the report. So now they pit neighbor against each other. They divide communities, and they are lying. Just like how cops lie, just like how immigration lie, just like how the FBI lie. They can lie to you, but you can't lie to them. You lie to the FBI, it's a crime. Can the FBI lie to you? Oh, yes, every day. Minute upon minute, second upon second, they're allowed to lie. That's a law. That's how the law is written. That the FBI can lie to you. Police officers can lie to you. Bidding officer can be lied to you. City can lie to you. State can lie to you. Federal government can lie to you. You have no redress. But if you lie to them, you're going to jail. If you lie to them, you have a problem. You're going to be charged. You're going to be put in jail. So when the building department come and they said, okay, I'm from the department, I'm the building inspector, I want to see, you could tell him, well, I'm not opening my door to you, sir. I'm sorry, I have a Fifth Amendment right, and I'm standing on it. I'm sorry, I cannot accommodate you. I'm invoking my right to the freedom and the privacy of my home. I am not opening my door. I need to have a lawyer. Please leave my premises. The building department has to leave, and they will leave a note. They will just leave a notice saying that call us, we're going to come back and inspect. Most people do not bother with that note because it is not mandatory for you to incriminate yourself. That's a law that follows that note. You don't have to call them back and say, come and open your door and give them the red carpet. Oh, I have this here in my basement. I have this person living here. I have this kitchen. I have this stove. For God's sake, let them go and catch real criminals. These people are struggling to live and make a living in America. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm saying we've got to get our priorities right, where the bidding department, where immigration, and where criminal activities and investigations are concerned. And that is not the way for it to be done. So the simple solution is to not open your door. And if the Department of Buildings come like ICE, like immigration, I'm sorry, but I can't help you today. I'm sorry, I can't open my door. I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you in. So that is your rights under this. As we take a short break here and I go into the MV Barima and Guyana situation, I would kindly ask you to join my group, join the like, and join the live so that you can also be able to get notifications when we come on live. You'll be able to get updates. You'll be able to follow. You'll be able to contribute. From time to time, I put people on live on TikTok, um, and sometimes I also want to make sure that I know who you are. For example, if someone called US Lover wanted to join, but my problem with US Lover is that I don't know who that person is. I don't know what is their agenda. I don't know if they're one of these people that come up to interrupt shows or to come in and have their own issues or so on. So, it's difficult for me to just blindly put somebody on my show, under my jurisdiction, so to speak, and just embrace them and have them be part of my show. That is not something that I want to take at this point in time. But I do have people from time to time, and I'm sure you've heard them speak and you've heard what is said, and you're very, very impressed, and you're very grateful, like I am, for their contribution and for their knowledge, and I'm happy about that. So those are about the ICE raids. Now let's talk about the BARIMA reforms. And Guyana right now is a very hotbed for the MV Barima tragedy. What has happened there, all the problems, all the issues. Share the like, join the group. If you like what you see, give it a like, give it a join, share it, make sure others get, and broadcast it on YouTube, Facebook, and on TikTok simultaneously, because of the demand for these videos and for my knowledge and my factual basis, the way I dissect issues objectively, the way I speak as a patriotic Guyanese American, the fact that I am not aligned or beholden to any political party in Guyana, whether I've been a member of the PPP on the Cherry Jagan. However, I left Guyana for 30 years, and therefore I don't know how much the party has changed. I can tell you that I always believed in Cherry Jagan. He's my hero. He's the father of the nation. I've loved him, and I make no apologies for doing so. I consider him a hero and the father of the Guyanese nation. I make no apologies to anyone for that. However, things have changed. New people have come into place, new leaders, and that love does not automatically transfer. I'm not one of those one of those blind people who, I'm educated. You have to understand that. I've done courses at Harvard University here in public administration. I've been a lawyer at school. I have a Juris Doctor. So I'm educated. I went to Queens College. I'm not a run-of-the-mill guy. It's difficult for me to just go and embrace anyone without me really doing an articulate analysis, being in the country there. I have not spent the time that is required to make such an evaluation. But I'm independent. I look at facts, I look at news stories, and I judge them and analyze them. I get calls, I listen to information. So I do not hold a brief for Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Ali, Mr. The APNU, or whosoever, or Win, or whichever party there. I don't. I recognize and respect all of them, and I'm just here to give my contribution as what should be done as a Guyanese patriot and someone who has been through the mill of life and has been elected to be a voice of the people in the largest diaspora here, and who's been a former magistrate, prosecutor, senior state counsel, senior special prosecutor, and police legal advisor in Guyana. The youngest lawyer to be admitted in Guyana at the age of 22, sorry, 21. That was 21 then, yeah. And the youngest senior state prosecutor at 23, and the youngest magistrate at 24. So, brothers and sisters, my track record has been built on the hard work of being a top prosecutor, special prosecutor in Ghana, did all the murder cases, treason, all the tough cases. So I've accumulated experience and knowledge on law reporting, and expertise in that area. Guyana, I'm still a lawyer there. I'm not practicing in Guyana, but at the same time, I'm looking at these issues and trying to make sense out of them and trying to contribute to them in a way that they can be justice, they can be mercy, they can be closure, they can be quality, they can be equitable treatment, and hence Guyana, therefore, can continue to thrive and be a beacon onto the world. It could continue to be a situation where where this country can truly be the Dubai and be the world's fastest growing economy. So that's the whole purpose of this. Now, as we speak about Guyana, I'll show each of you this boat, this ship here. You see, the MV Barima did not have these teeth going into the water here. See, there's teeth, or there's what you call a keel. There was no keel on the MV Barima. You see this here? This goes into the water. This here. It goes into the water. It reads like a stabilizer. You see how the ship is? It has a keel right to the bottom here. This one has a vertical keel. This has a broader keel. This has like a sharp keel here. This here sits in the water, stabilizes the boat, and no wave can't a wave can, but it's not going to be something that is easily overthrown like what happened to our MV Bariba. Look at this. This is like two shark tooth on either side. Either side has it. And then this is going out there. This is the kind of research that Guyanese have to do. This is the kind of interest you have to send. If you're a minister and you're this and you're expert and all that, you got to know about this stuff. You got to be able to go deep into how do the folks in other countries, how come their boats do not sink? How come their trawlers do not go under? How come they don't have 100 people sinking and this kind of problem happening there? You got to implement the strategy. Like when you spend $12 million on that ship, on the Melissa, that's time come that you should have done that. Anyway, the Indian government is not going to come now and fit on one of these keels or ballast. Ballast keel, you call it, or full keel, or bilge keel, or centerboard, or skeg. It's called a skeg or a centerboard. They're not going to come, or keel, they're not going to come now and put that on. They already collected 12 million US dollars. But when you get a Militia 2 or the Militia 3 or any other ship that we're going to be spending our money on, we have to insist that they're built like this. The specifications must include that you provide a keel that will prevent the boat from shifting, from sinking, and from having that kind of instability where strong winds or strong waves can cause it to capsize. You want to have a keel. A keel ensures that it balances the boat and that it keeps it very objective in the water, very strong, very stabilized in the water. And that is why you have to spend time on this and make sure that the keels are there. Whether it's displacement or whatever it is, you put on a keel on the boat. You put it on and put it there when the boat, or you can even put it on when you're in the river, or an automatic keel that you could probably download with a button. I don't know how far the technology has gone, but it is good to research that to ensure that future ships that come into Guyana, that they can have a keel or a stabilizer. And people may say, oh, but the river is not that deep. But these things are just like, I would say the most they are is like probably like 10 feet, 6 feet. And therefore you have to have advice, do research. Don't say no. It doesn't mean that you can hit bottom or so. You have to have proper investigation and proper advice so that it doesn't just hit the bottom, but probably it's retractable. Whatever it is, you may want to consider putting keels in so that they can now be in a situation where they can stabilize and you don't lose 100 lives, or you don't lose like a wave come up and blow over the boat, or the winds come and then take charge of the boat. That's not what you want to have there. You want to make sure that all of that is taken care of. So share the live, brothers and sisters. Join the group. Hit the like button, join my group, whether you're on TikTok, Facebook, or YouTube. Make sure you're part of this. So whenever time I come on to broadcast, you are sent an alert that Albert Baldeo, community activist, community leader, and trailblazer is on, and that I'm here to help former prosecutor, former Guyanese attorney, still Guyanese attorney there, and also person was elected here, also knowledgeable in American law, that we can also make sure that we can assist and help you and help knowledge and guide you in what we're trying to achieve here as Guyanese, American Guyanese, and folks that proudly live in the diaspora but still have our heart and soul in Guyana. Now, recently, the president of America, President Trump, he flayed Exxon and Chevron for making too much money. And I compliment President Trump for this. And here's how this appeals to Guyana. Listen carefully now, ministers of the government. Listen carefully, people who represent Guyana at the diplomatic level. Listen carefully for those who are the ambassadors of Guyana and those who are the mouthpiece internationally and represent Guyana's interests. I want you to listen carefully to me. First of all, let's hear what President Trump said. U.S. President Donald Trump yesterday accused ExxonMobil and Chevron two of the main players in Guyana, Stabroek Block, of making too much money, said they make too much money off higher fuel prices, and said they should give some of that back to the public. Give some of that back to the public. You probably anticipate where I'm coming from now. And how, as lawyers and clever people, you have to anticipate whether you're getting the googly or the short ball and what shot you're going to play, what move you're going to play, what is the atmosphere like, how you're going to advance Guyana's cause, how you're going to take charge and plead your case under these new circumstances. Use your top side, as we say in Guyana. I don't like it, Reuters reported that Trump told reporters 3 days after the companies reported blowout second quarter earnings as the ongoing war in Iran keeps oil prices high. Chevron, too much money. Early yesterday, Trump called out Chevron chief executive Mike Wirth's appearances on the Fox News program Sunday Morning Features with Maria for not crediting his administration efforts to help the oil industry. They didn't give Trump any credit, President Trump. And he said ExxonMobil is making too much money. And you know where I'm going with this, but we're coming there. The only thing he conveniently forgot to mention is that without the help of the Trump administration, they would have been dead. As an example, they threw Mike and Chevron out of Venezuela, but now they're back, far bigger and stronger than ever before, expected to make a fortune. So he facilitated their return to Venezuela and to the great land of profits by his presidential power. So today's higher prices are driven by global supply, demand, and continued uncertainty around the Strait of Hormuz and other critical shipping lanes, not by one oil company. They better cut the retail price, the consumer price. Trump told reporters yesterday, adding that oil prices will drop through the floor when the conflict with Iran ends. So he's predicting that, but he's calling on them now to cut their prices. What does that tell you? As you recall, Guyana is only getting 2% or some ridiculous figure, totally thing. When previous administrations who came into office or ran on platforms said, we're going to renegotiate the oil contract. We're going to give Guyana a better shot. We're going to ensure Guyana gets justice. And we're going to ensure that Guyana does not end up holding the bag, as we have, and the pittance that we get. In the backdrop of this, now, Guyana's representatives should reach out to President Trump and his cabinet and the Secretary of State and say as well, President Trump, we agree with you, but we call upon you to push Exxon and Chevron, whosoever is in Guyana, to give us more. Drop the oil prices in Guyana, where they produce our oil. But the more important leverage here is that we get more for our oil, the 2%, more for our profits, because they're exploiting us, Mr. President Trump, and they're also using us the same way that you have come up. We agree with you, Mr. President, that that is being done. We agree with you. We are trying to make some efforts here to get that message out to the president from the diaspora as we speak, that President Trump, we agree with you, that they're squeezing everybody, they're exploiting the conditions, they are really milking it, and they're really being unfair to everyone. And poor Guyana, who has all this oil that's not going to last forever, is only being given 2%, and that is a grave injustice. That is a grave advantage being taken of us. That is massive exploitation that we are made to suffer in Guyana. So the playing field, if you're the whatever representative you are of Guyana in the diplomatic field, it is worth the try. It is worth the try. Make sure that you contact the president, the Secretary of State, the U.S. Congress, whosoever you are here. There are many of you in Washington, many of you in New York, many of you at the United Nations, many of you in the international organizations. Reach out to the presidential administration and say, Mr. President, we need help. Can you assist us? Do you think if the president tells Exxon and Chevron and whosoever in Guyana and all those other companies that I think that you, or I demand that you be fair to the people of Guyana and you give them more for their oil? Do you think they will say, well, oh, I'm not going to listen to you? They're not, because the president of Guyana can pull the trigger on them. He can squeeze them. He can also tax them harder. He can take concessions from them. And they will not want to have that relationship. They do not want to have a sour relationship with the president of the United States, the most powerful person in the world. They will want to come to Papa. They will want to come to the table. They will want to come and say, you can't give Guyanese 2% anymore. You've got to give them more. You got to give them perhaps 12%. You got to give them much more than they have right now. And therefore, he can correct the poor negotiation NY Trinity guy. Yes, he can do that because he has the power. It's not like he's making an executive order to do that, but he's gently telling these people, like how he told them, the Chevron chief executive, Mike Wirt, and he told the other person from Exxon. You got Mike Wirt from Chevron chief executive, and then you have the other person, the other head chief executive from Exxon. He tells them off and said, "You're being greedy. You're exploiting it, and we as Americans should not be doing that. You should not be exploiting and gouging people with those prices." And he can also go further and say, "And I want you to give the people of Guyana, from whom you made all these trillions of dollars and who will continue to make over the coming years, and increase revenue for using their national resources. Those resources belong to Guyana. Those resources don't belong to Exxon or Chevron or America. They belong to Guyana by virtue of international law." And as an expert in international law, I'm telling you that is where our best bet. All this thing about, oh, we're going to negotiate, we're going to have them sponsor some cricket, we're going to have them do this. President Ali, pick up the phone, call your people who are empowered to speak on Guyana's behalf, your foreign secretaries, your ministries, your foreign affairs, your ambassadors. Tell them to reach out to the Trump administration with a simple message: President Trump, please help us to get a better deal. All this long talk about going here and making law and all of that can easily be solved by speaking to the most powerful man in the world. And President Trump is the sort of man, whatever you may say, if he tells you he's going to do something, he's going to do it. And he's not afraid to do it. He can, if he likes what he hears, if he feels that is right, if he sees that we have, and right now we have a great relationship with America. Guyana and America have a top-class relationship. There's no reason for Secretary of State Marco Rubio not to pick up that phone and said, "Yes, I hear you, and I'm going to talk to them," or we're going to delegate the trade ambassador or the commerce secretary to speak to Exxon, speak to Chevron, whosoever in Guyana. Give those people, give the Guyanese people more. They deserve more, and I think, and I suggest very highly, and I'm kindly asking you to give them more than the 2% you've been giving them, and sponsoring a few other small sporting events. You make sure that you give them 10%, 8%, whatever it is. Anything is better than 2%, so that you don't have the oil curse, so that Guyana's rise is not taken for granted, so Guyana is not exploited, so we can continue to rise, so the poor people in Guyana. And whilst you're doing that, you got to make sure that the people in Guyana who's in charge of this oil money do not put their hands on it. We have to ensure that there's no hemorrhage or stealing or grand larceny or siphoning off or laundering of the money for the Guyanese people. That goes hand in hand with us fighting for more than 2%. Because if we continue to see this inequitable distribution of wealth, then we are going to tell Washington, well, you know what? They're stealing out all the money. All the money you're sending is best you send the money. It's better you take the money or give a committee to apportion the money, not in cash grants, but an equal and equitable allocations to Guyanese who are born in Guyana. That this money must not go to no national treasury anymore, because they're stealing it and creating farms and creating this and creating chocolate factories and whatever. I'm hearing that they're doing this. Everybody is a millionaire once you got power in there. I'm taking kickbacks and giving out contracts with percentages. So all we're asking is that the poor Guyanese, those who live there, we have their names according to the census, that they be allocated not a cash grant, but they be allocated a fair percentage, equal percentage of the profits that come from Guyana, which we have audited forensically for international purposes and international standards. And we're giving it directly to the Guyanese people, not to go through Stone Ministry or to go through anybody. If that is what you all want, that can also be lobbied for. All I am saying is make sure that you change situations, you account for the money, you ensure that people are not stealing the money, you ensure that people are not diverting the resources, people are not laundering the money that is supposed to go to the Guyanese people. It's only just and fair. How much can you eat? How much can you take up there? Come on. There's every corner of the earth you go, you're hearing about corruption, how people in high places in Guyana are stealing the money. And you must have heard that. And don't tell me that you haven't heard it. You have seen it too. You have seen videos, you've seen the reporting on it. It's time for you to stop getting involved in these scandalous greed that is going on right now. So, in order for you to now address this issue, you've got to bring solutions to the people. And hence, the major solution, the overriding solution now is to get more for our oil and get more for our oil money. Now, I was going through the news today, and that brings me to my next issue on the MV Barima Inquiry Commission. And questions have been asked about a certain minister, Mr. Griffith, that he may have some connection to one of the folks who's going to sit on that committee. Well, I'm not here to say whether that allegation is true or right or whatever, but there's something called conflict of interest. There's something called transparency. And transparency demands that if you're connected to somebody or somebody has an interest in you or you know somebody to a level, not just knowing the person or respecting them or having a mutual respectful relationship, but if you share business offices or you have something deeper going on or you share assets or you invest mutually together, then that goes beyond a normal relationship. Nothing is wrong with that, but at the same time, you have to recuse yourself. You cannot sit in judgment for or against that person. And even if you purge yourself or try to purge yourself of any kind of liking or any kind of rulings or any kind of bias, that's the word, bias towards that person, that can easily be solved by saying, you know what, I'm sorry, I cannot serve certain ministers and their connections are highly close to me. They have interests here that I have to adjudicate upon. The righteous and normal thing according to the standards of the law and the ethics of our profession and the commission which governs these proceedings are that I recuse myself. In recusing myself, I am not saying that I've done anything wrong. I'm not saying I'm going to be biased in favor of the minister or the person or whosoever's name or the Guyana government because it's part of that establishment. No. But in order to avoid the appearance of bias, in order to avoid any allegation that I've been biased in these proceedings, I am disqualifying myself. I am recusing myself. Period. That is what the law demands. That is how the ethics and the law works. There must be another person, another judge, another commissioner, another person listening to that, another person who's going to call upon to make a decision to say, well, you know, I cannot have this anymore. I have to beat out. That's a Guyanese term I'm using, beat out. I heard it the other day here in Richmond Hill. I have to beat out. I have to disqualify myself. I have to recuse. I cannot be part of this hearing. No disrespect, but the perception is that I will make a biased ruling. And it doesn't help because it'll be scandalous. And they've already, the press has already gone into that. And hence, I would urge that person on the commission, urge the people who convene the commission to look carefully as to whether there is a growing conflict of interest with any of these commissioners that are called upon to judge and make recommendations, issue subpoenas. That's a very powerful commission. That's a commission that has a lot of power. It acts as a quasi-criminal civil proceeding. So it's not a light commission. It's not a church service. It's not a situation where the highest levels of competence, the highest levels of attention, the highest levels of transparency must be observed by that commission and the appearance thereof. So I'm asking you to look at that, and those who are commissioners, perhaps they should recuse themselves early so the president can find a replacement before this thing goes further. I also have another report here. Edgel denies any wrongdoing as Mahipal reports to cops over alleged threat. So here you have Minister Edgel being called out by Mahipal, and I think Minister Edgel is supposed to be a reverend or a person of the cloth. And I was very shocked to read about this. This is an embattled minister, a minister who people are calling to be charged, a minister who people are calling to be fired or sent on leave, as the person on the person I invited last night to come on said that they should go on leave. Public Works Minister Juan Edgel yesterday denied that he had threatened AP and new Member of Parliament Ganesh Mahipal. Mahipol yesterday filed a police report against Ejil, alleging that the minister threatened him following an exchange at the public buildings after a Public Accounts Committee PAC meeting was aborted earlier in the day. Mahipol said he visited the Breakdown police station to make an official report after the threatening language directed at him by Ejil in the presence of fellow APNU parliamentarian Juritha Fernandes and Nima Flu-Bess. According to Mahipal, Ejil told him he would deal with him at the appropriate time and that he would run for cover. Mahipal, as reported, have said Ejil told him he's going to deal with him at the appropriate time and that he would run for cover. My brothers and sisters, talking about Globe Plan, I called up Nohar to be on the show, but I didn't get hold of him. Twice I tried. I'm not going to beg anyone to be on this show. I went straight out and did my own show. So anybody asked me this is a Globe Plan show? No, this is the Albert Baldeo show. Community leader and pioneer and trailblazer, the first elected district leader in America here, the diaspora, former prosecutor, magistrate, and senior state counsel in Guyana. This is my show. So this discussion is based now on the threatening language of alleged threatening language that was reported in a police complaint against Minister Ejil, whether he should resign, whether he should be indicted, whether he should be charged, whether he be sent on leave. All these are issues that are taken up the public domain and are becoming fair comment on public issues. And Mahipal went on to state, no member of parliament, public official, or citizen should be subjected to statements that can reasonably be interpreted as threatening or intimidating. Public office demands respect, restraint, and responsible conduct, even in moments of political disagreement, Mahipal declared. So you have an embattled minister here, allegedly making threats to another opposition member of parliament, or even if it's somebody on the road, a reporter or anybody else, you're not allowed to make threats to people, even if you have no ministerial position. Human basic decency demands, apart from whether you're a person of the cloth or you're a priest or a reverend, let's say you're an ordinary Guyanese citizen, you cannot go around threatening people. You cannot bash people, threaten them that you're going to run for cover and I'm going to deal with you at the appropriate time. These are fighting words. These are words that can reasonably be construed to mean threat, menacing, threat of an assault, threat of future harm, threat of murder. As a prosecutor, you can even stretch that out to be similar to murder. If the reasonable interpretation, the person on the receiving end, or the innocent bystander, the man on the Clapham minibus, or the man in the boredom market, as we like to say, the reasonable man can perceive that this is a threat upon his physical well-being or his life, or an intent to commit grievous bodily harm, when the minister allegedly said he would deal with him at the appropriate time and that he should run for cover, then he's liable to attempted murder. He's entitled to probably attempted manslaughter, and at the very minimum, grievous cause, attempt to cause grievous bodily harm, or incitement to create grievous bodily harm, or an intention to create grievous bodily harm. It's a very thin line, and the minister must be very careful, and everybody else in Guyana, how you're addressing these issues. You can't go around threatening people with their life, and you're going to do them those types of words here, fighting words. You're going to deal with them at the appropriate time, and they'll have to run for cover. Those intentions and what you're planning to do are quite clear. Reasonably and conceivably, and the reasonable interpretation is that you intended to cause me grievous bodily harm at the minimum, and at the worst, you're threatening to murder me, to kill me. And I don't know who advises the minister or if he thinks before he opens up his mouth, but I noticed at a similar press conference, he was berating the people. He was like shouting, and he was condemning, and he was making very, very bad remarks about people who are going through a tragedy. That in itself perhaps are enough grounds for him to recuse or be fired or to come off the commission or to be sent back in. Or, but it's a disgrace. A minister, especially if you purport to be a priest or a reverend or a pastor or a bishop or who you conceive yourself to be, cannot conduct themselves in such a manner. You've got to bite your tongue. You got to be able to control yourself. You are no lord and master of anybody. You're not a plantation master here. The days of colonialism are over. You don't have house slaves and field slaves at your whims and fancies. You are adding insult to injury. First of all, you insult the people of the MV Barima, tell them all kinds of things. You cuss up the reporters and making things small. And then you come out and you're telling people that you're going to deal with them later and that you're going to make them run for cover. It's only when you're harassing somebody and threatening them or planning to kill them or physically assaulting them that they run for cover. And that is a problem he has here. And the man made a police report, Mahi Paul. I am no friend of any of these folks, but I'm just telling you as a former prosecutor, as a magistrate, and someone who's versed in Guyana law, that those are fighting words. Those are words that can put you in trouble. Those are words that can make you get indicted. Those are words that can get you locked up. Those are words that can make you be charged for grievous intent to cause grievous bodily harm. Menacing, threats, and at the very worst, it could be an attempt to maim or disfigure or murder. My brothers and sisters, don't go around telling people those things. A proper law enforcement can have you arrested and charged. And that is the problem. It's not like a situation where you're saying to mind your own business. How are you going to mind? This is not own business. This is a business of the people. This is the people of Guyana who died. It is by its very definition a national tragedy. Something that concerns all of us. Something that concerns every Tom, Dick, and Harry in all the 6 races of Guyana. This is not something to be clustered or something to be hidden in a closet or something to be swept under the rug or somebody's personal issue or somebody's house issue or somebody's marriage issue or somebody's private matter. This is a matter where over 100 Guyanese lives were lost in circumstances that demand an explanation, compensation, thorough review, due compensation, and immediate reforms. That is what this is about. So let's get that straight. Don't let's try to bury this. Don't let's try to kerfuffle this. Don't let's try to smooth over this. My God, is that what Guyana has turned to? Is that what you people do in Guyana? Is that what my brothers and sisters have turned to? That I here in America, with any other parts of the world, they would consider that to be a grave national tragedy? Or do you think that 3 days we mourn and that's the end of the issue? Brothers and sisters, no. In order to prevent another mishap, there must be immediate reforms, and we're calling for that immediately, like yesterday. Don't let's push the can down the road. Then let's put the blame. Don't let's get diversion and go into other things. We have to address this at all times. We have to address this issue. Front, left, right, and center and back. It is the number one issue in Guyana and ranks amongst the most important issues in the world. So there's no escaping this. There's no situation here where we can just hide from this. We have to confront it, we have to compensate, and we have to guide. We have to make sure that people can also be able to benefit and that this will never, ever happen again in Guyana, in our history or at any time. That is what this behoves us to have. That we never have a repetition of this. And that, just like we said, not one rice grain, not one blue sake, not one more MV Barima. Not one more MV Barima or similar or circumstance in the air, water, sea. Just like how we sing the song, not one rice grain, not one kiskadi, not one Dave Martin's great song, not one Karas. Just because we say not one Karas, not one more MV Barima. I see the stars flying there. Stars are flying on TikTok. They're like that. Queen's College taught me to rhyme and reason and write poems and speak and speak the way I do. So I use my gifts. to stand up for the underdog. I don't get paid for this. I've never earned a penny. I've given my resources to helping people here. There are many ungrateful people in New York. That is why we don't get the right seats that we have: state, senator, assembly. If they used to come out and vote, we'd have long get representation. We'd have long had a better life. All that these people died for, you got people like Cherry Jagan, MLK, Martin Luther King, Barack Obama, Nelson Mandela, Mahatma Gandhi, Malcolm X, all these great people that died in Guyana and other parts of the world and are living testimonies of hope and faith and testament. Barack Obama book is called Audacity of Hope. The Audacity of Hope. We would have long had that, but you know what? We have too many people who are contented with being second-class citizens. In America here, they don't go out and vote. In Guyana, I compliment you. I saw the long lines. You guys have done better than these here. All these people want is little Doc Curry, little Loti Lal Sang for Sai Wind Up and Dance, and they want to live the good life. Drive a Benz, that's the American dream. But the basic simple things of going out and vote, they have failed and they're ashamed and disgrace, and you tell them and you can check the records. Tell the name. Go into the Board of Elections. Tell them if your name Hiram Pasada, wherever your name is, then we're going to check the book, see whether you voted. The Board of Elections, they can show that you didn't vote or you didn't vote last 6 years. You who say your community this or your activists or you this or what have you what your name here. What kind of sing or whatever, Vindip Singh. Go and check and see. You're Republican, you don't even vote. You never voted in your life, but you say you're community leader. Takwonter Singh, Dr. Ting Singh, what kind of sing? And check the name and see whether they voted. It's public record. Go into the Board of Elections computer, put in the name, and you see how civic-minded, what kind of leader these people are, what kind of community stalwart. Nobody elected them to anything. I'm the only one who was elected first since 2000. Go into the records and see, and you will know Tom Jones from Harry Jones, from Tom Wright to Joe Blow, to Blow and Christmas Blow. How many did we got wrong? You're talking and pontificating in the street of Liberty Avenue or in the rum shop. But put them to stand up for a crowd and for a cause and put a name up to run for election. Look around and see that they're behind you. You won't find them. But they got the world to talk about. They got everything to talk about. The mouth bust, foot and mouth disease, you call that. They can talk and pontificate and tell you everything but politics and everything else. They're the brightest in the world. They know everything, a solution for everything. There was never a problem that they couldn't solve. But these are people who never passed Lil ABC in Guyana. Can't write a proper sentence. But they got the knowledge. I'm not putting anybody down here. I'm just telling you how bullying they are, how noir they are, how they relish in their ego, how they try to destroy. And instead of building, what do? They criticize. And they pontificate. They cross their legs and they put their chest out and they blow up and they look down on you. And they pontificate. That is how they look. That is their standards. And my solution to this problem is that you do this and you do that. Blah, blah, blah. This is the kind of hot air that you get from people in Liberty Avenue and Richmond Hill. People who want you to help them and is first coming to you for help, but never even go and vote. Those are the people you have here. Those are the people who want you to listen to them. I would come on like Marines under the name, some cockable named Marines. You think he ever went in the Marines? He's a tin cup warrior in his own house. His wife just kicked him out. And he's sleeping in the garage. Marines, one of those talking, how come you so, and asking all kinds of personal questions. But put Marines, the name Marines. Imagine the name, this crab dog, pick up a name like Marines. So go on. I'm just giving you an example. It doesn't bother to me who that person is. But somebody came on here under the name Marines. Sound like a highfalutin name. The SEALs, the Marines. He can't even wipe a Marine's boot. He can't even kiss a Marine's malarkey. Malarkey is feces of a bird. And he's coming under the name Marines for you to think he's important. But in truth and fact, he's one of the choker robs and low lives on Liberty Avenue that they don't know and don't appreciate what people give to them, how people help them, and people tell them and ask them about that. That's the kind of Marines that you have here. They are more like latrines, not Marines. Instead of Marines, he's a Latrines, latrines, and the filth that is in that scum. So look to above. Like my father always tell me, look up. I never think that anybody in law enforcement is better or bigger than you. They always make mistakes. Read about the FBI and the president situation, how they just jump and try to arrest. And I was a victim of that before. I'm not going to get into that today. But I stand proudly, look in the eye and tell you, yes, I am a champion, I'm a hero. And I did nothing wrong. And let's take it from there, because the people exonerated me. They elected me. I've never let them down. I've taken to higher ground. I've fought the system. And I've left all the latrines and feces behind, and all of those who can never dream to go or do what I have done. And it doesn't bother me that some will try to come on to this broadcast and try to, air their nasty linen, wash their dirty linen in public. These are what some guy is doing. That's the major contribution to this country. My brothers and sisters, don't be like that. There's 2% of us or 1% that are like that. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Have them out of your sight. Clear the way. You don't need these people. These are people that can never help you or help this community, or will never even give you a palawri. Even if I got like 100 in the bag, they won't even give you a palawri. And that is the kind of people you got in America. Then what Dave Martin said, from time they hit the airport here, they're done talking Yankee. They used to chase cow in the pasture in Guyana. And when they come here, they suddenly turn Yankee. Dave Martin was right. He talked about it. And a lot of them like that. Then come back and tell you a story in Guyana, what they used to do over here. Many of them are like that. Many of them. And here you have the latrines, the latrine Marines, and people like that will always continue to be a flea and a cross and a sort of a blight on society. So what you have to do is to go up above them. And Barbie, babe, you talked about being a teacher for 22 years in Guyana and a diehard for the PPP. I too was a diehard for the PPP. They got about in PPP more diehard than me or had a greater track record for me. I was there since the times of Cherry Jagan and Janet Jagan. I used to write for the Mirror. And she used to pay me a small piece. It was just a schoolboy. 16 years old, I used to write cricket articles for the Mirror. I was that brilliant at Bishop's High School. And be able to write for the press, Guyana Traffic. At 14 and 15 years old, write poems, and they all used to be published. And when I left Guyana, when I was still there at 19, I have it. Go to my website. Go to www.albertbaldeo.com. Go to www.albertbaldeo.com. And on that, you will see that on that blog, you will see a personal message from Cherry Jagan. A personal message from Cherry Jagan. And Freddie Jagan says, and he gives me a wonderful tribute, that he thanked me for what I'm doing. And that is a great thing that we have to be grateful for. So, my brothers and sisters, that is in before Donald Ramatar came to office, before Bara Jagdeo, before Irfan, before all the other people coming down from Janet Jagan. With Cherry Jagan was still opposition leader then, by the way, and President Hoyt. So everybody after Hoyt that is member of the PPP, they came after me. I'm not very familiar with some of them because I had already left Guyana and I'd already gone to take challenges, and because our family, my wife was sick and we had to leave Guyana for medical care and so on. But Guyana has remained near and dear to me, and I've always stood up for my country and has always fought for it, and we have to continue to fight. So share the link. Make sure you join my group. Make sure you have other people come on. Make sure you come in and give your views. Make sure you You share the link. Make sure you join. Make sure you share what we're talking about, and make sure that we can continue to talk and share information. So I was telling you about that embattled minister Bishop Edgel. He may very well be in some serious problems due to this allegation here on this written police report and the fact of what is being called about. Last night we had several guests here calling for his removal as a minister, and some are calling for his firing as a minister. So he's got to be careful how he go around, talking to people. And I understand how he may feel. He may feel very, very um, angry and so forth, but temperamentally and what's going on there, he's got to be able to carry himself in a way that he can do better. Nasdin, I remember you from the Deeds Registry, yes, when I was practicing law in Guyana. How are you doing? A big up to you. I'm very happy to see you here and happy to see you live. Nasdin, share it to your friends. Tell everybody to join. Always be in touch here so we can, at another forum or another time in this broadcast, be able to talk, take comments from you, take contributions from you. Always prepare yourself that I may call upon anyone when I'm finished here to join me, because I want to hear your views on the issues we've been discussing. Right now, we talked about ICE raids and how to protect yourself, and we now talk about the BARIMA tragedy. And now we were with Minister Edgel threatening, I think it was Mahipon, Member of Parliament, telling he gonna, let me use the words that were filed in the police report that I saw. He's going to deal with him at the appropriate time, and that he would run for cover. Fighting words, my friend. Words, very unbecoming. Now, I wanted to spread some light here on. I came across a very important Mr. Mulligan. I talked about him last night, a scholar, Robert C. Millington, and I big him up. Robert C. Millington reported by Kaito News that he said this tragedy was written into our law books years before July 18th. As you recall, July 18th was the day of the tragedy. But he said even long before that, the law books, the laws we have, the regulations invited or caused this tragedy. Just like how the 12-year-old captain said, the captain, the 12-year-old, the 12 years he was captain of that ship. Just like what he said, he had said this was a tragedy waiting to happen. And I want to get that from him, his name, and what he said also. His was very important. I think his name is Daniel. He had also commented that this MV BARIMA is a problem waiting to happen. It's a floating disaster on the seas of Guyana. People, it's just a matter of time for people to drown on this, on this ship. And we had also talked last night about that thing going wrong, the Declaration of Agreement. The Declaration of Agreement to say you want it as a memorial site. Thankfully, that is no longer going to be the case because the president has receded from that, and he has said he's not going to ask for a memorial site, and rightly so. You need all the evidence. You need evidence of this because you're going to have a commission of inquiry. You have prosecutions. And no case can be solved. No case can be properly investigated without evidence. You must have evidence. And I call upon the president to continue to push for the right thing, continue to bring up the ship. And talking about Exxon and Chevron being criticized by President Trump as being too greedy and using that as a basis for us to ask for more than 2%, we should also be asking Exxon to bring the ship up. Instead of you giving out money and the usual percentage and kickback got to go down again, as you all know, this is what I was told, that contracts are given up, bids are given out, so much money for a business. And even in this particular instance, they can still have that. I mean, gosh, aren't we ashamed that in our sorrow and in our tragedy, the kickback percentage basis with the cabal is still there? What's wrong with you people, man? Back off from that attitude and that sort of sickness. This is an illness. This is a tragedy of over 100 people. Get the thing done. To avoid all more money being wasted and more money being sent and circled back in shell companies and straw people and laundered and all the stuff we've been hearing about. You make sure that what you need to do right now is to get Exxon to give us more than 2% for oil and to lift that ship. Because if you're drilling for Guyana oil way down in the bowels of the earth and Guyana territory, then you also have to bring up the MV Barima. It's not far down. It's not that far down like when you grapple with our oil and you laugh and you smile and you have break open champagne and you celebrate the blocks and the bids and you have the great parties, probably in the militia with the white clothes. And when you take our oil and you should drink champagne, we found in Guyana so much oil, the same darn way you need to pull the ship up using your sophisticated hydraulic equipment. Because there's always the risk that you'll be nationalized in Guyana or sent back. Every country is sovereign. Every country, you are a stranger, Exxon, in Guyana. You are a guest of the Guyana government. You're a licensee to explore our minerals and our natural wealth. But you can be asked to leave. Your equipment can be taken from you. You can get compensation. You can be nationalized or similar to eminent domain that we can do with our citizens. You are in Guyana. You are not in a territory of the United States. You are not in a protectorate island like Puerto Rico or Guam or Hawaii. You are in foreign territory, in foreign jurisdiction. The jurisdiction that controls is Guyana's law and Guyana's people. The oil that you're getting billions of belongs to the Guyana people. Understand that. This is not from America, Russia, Norway, Holland, Greenland, wherever, Australia. This is from Guyana. And recognize that. You owe us. You should not, you didn't even come out and ask. You didn't even come out and say, but if I was the president of Guyana, I'll be calling you and said, Mr. Exxon manager, Exxon Mobil, can you assist us in lifting the Barima in one piece? I'm floating it up to the top and bringing it to shore. There are several things happen here, and justice and accountability demands that we have crews and that we have vessels and that we have investigations, we have commissions going on, and that we have justice and how we're going to compensate these people, the extent of our loss, whether there was no anchor on the boat, whether it was ridden, whether it didn't have any kind of stabilizers, and we had one engine or something like that, what kind of leaking and what kind of problems it had. We need to bear judgment and we need to bear conscience and we need to bear responsibility for that. So we want to see how much we can really give to these people because they are our children. The people who died in the Barima are our children. Okay? This is for our children. Okay? Guyanese are our children. So we have to make sure that that money is given to the people who it belongs to, and that is the people of Guyana. Okay? That is where that money belongs to. So stripping away that language and getting back to the point, this Robert Milligan, who is an expert, he's a retired U.S. Navy officer with 39 years across the military, maritime, and logistics sectors, and holds a U.S. Coast Guard license as both a merchant marine deck officer and ship pilot. This is a very qualified man. And he's a maritime scholar, Robert Milligan. And I think that he's Guyanese living over here, like so many Guyanese that come here and big up themselves. They did their education. They are now experts in their field. And we're told that the MV Barima was a tragedy and so forth. But it does implicate also responsibility, liability, and compensation for our children. He goes on to say that the MV Barima, by one of the least protected vessels, just like what the captain who captained it for 12 years have told us also. He had said it's also of that nature. Strip away the language, it comes down to boil down that the boat was never seaworthy, and there was a 24-meter gap that he talked about, that we got two sets of shipping safety regulations. One covers small boats under 24 meters and requires proper stability checks, passenger counts, and safety drills. The other covers cargo ships, but specifically excludes anything about passengers. So here you have a dichotomy. Here you have a mass contradiction. Here you have a violent contradiction, where larger vessels that should be more regulated and more safe do not have any requirements compared to smaller vessels. And MV Barima fell into the bigger category of vessel but had no regulations by which to abide with, or that they had to comparative to smaller vessels. That is what Mr. Middleton is saying. And that is why this happened, and this is what caused this problem to go on, to fester, and to happen, and to kill the amount of people that died in this terrible tragedy. Tragedy. This is the crux of the matter. And that is why he's calling for reforms. He's calling for acts to be taken, for the law to be changed, for regulations to be drafted, um, for protocols to be administered, for safety to be beaten up. And forget all this about a wave, throw it over, and don't let's try to take our eyes from the ball. Don't look elsewhere. Look at the problem and look at the solutions. So these two sets of regulations need to be immediately drafted. It has to be immediately drafted and implemented. And Section 3.3 of the Guyana Shipping Act, MARAD, that's the Maritime Jurisdiction Agency of Guyana, is the legal owner of state vessels. So how MARAD is going to be able to regulate and also supervise and also administer the law if these vessels technically belong to them? It's a structural conflict. Just like I talked about a conflict of interest with the COI and certain ministers of the government that demands recusal or disqualification. The same way MARAD cannot be in charge of making the laws that govern these vessels. It must be done by an independent body under maritime law and also the Transport and Harbors Act and also SOLAS. That's the international treaties that governs this law. Now, the problem here, like I have spoken before, under Section 23 of the Transport and Harbors Act, families have 6 months from July 18th to take legal action against the Transport and Harbors Department and must give 1 month's written notice before doing so. This puts the notice deadline at roughly December 18, 2026 and closes the door entirely around January the 18th. I talked with a 1 month and advised people at least to let the government know you're coming for compensation. 1 month. That doesn't make your action wrong. It puts them on notice. The law requires under Transport and Harbors Act Section 23 that you got 6 months from July 18th, that's the date of the disaster, to December 18th or January 18th, if you add that 1 month in. So all of these issues and evidence and witnesses and commissions have to be held, and the reports and findings issued and lawsuits brought before them. So this is what is required. This is what must be done. Share the live, join the broadcast. Make sure you invite your guests, invite other folks, invite people to follow. This is the only forum you will get broad-based talk. You will get incisive answers. You will get legal viewpoints. You will get brave statements. You will get folks who were not afraid to speak, leaders who were elected to be a voice of the people, as I am, the first and the district and community leader of the largest diaspora, former magistrate and prosecutor having a knowledge of Guyana law. This is where the confluence of knowledge comes through right here at YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. And I'm not speaking from any notes. I'm speaking from my experience, and probably I'm the one that God has chosen to come here and speak, in the sense that to keep this matter alive, to help those 100 victims. This is my pro bono work. This is what I do. I don't ask for money for this. Thank God has been good to me. I've had a successful career as a lawyer, and I'm giving back and helping people, especially since they've been reaching out to me from Guyana. They've been emailing me on Facebook. They've been messaging to me. They're in my inbox. I've gotten names. I've gotten clients, so to speak. I've gotten people I'm trying to help. I'm not asking anybody for money. I'm giving it of my free will and accord. I am doing this because I want to help my brothers and sisters who were not fortunate to get an education, or to get something that can help us or help them. And I want to help them move from the rural societies and to be successful in life, to lift them up, like how we want to lift the BARIMA out of the tragedy. We want to do more and lift these people up to Almighty God with His blessings and His grace, and ensure that their lives also are very, very successful and very fulfilling and rewarding. Now, this brings us to what the minister said, that the wharf upgrade delayed use of new $12.7 million vessel. Now, this is one of the biggest shameful things in Guyana's history. And this is an aggravating substance. This is an aggravating situation here, that even if you want to forgive, even if you want to sympathize with the actions of those who have caused this disaster, even if you want to look for a way out to help them, or to not to be angry with them, or not to be fed up with them, or not to fire them, or not to suspend them, or not to take your anger on them, even if you wanted to do that, when you consider that they had a wharf to build, just a wharf, they're not building the ship, That ship took less time to build than they did with that wharf. And pussyfooting, you call that. Pussyfooting. Pussyfooting with that wharf. And using the ship, adding insult to injury, disgrace to disgrace. Using the ship and having private parties and going out and having champagne and wine, music, and song. My brothers and sisters, that is unforgivable. That is the ultimate. That is the straw that broke the camel's back. That is indefensible. That is where, not even as a great defense lawyer or whatever to come out and help, you cannot find an excuse for that. You cannot somehow gather mercy or redemption or pity for such, because it's such an aggravating circumstance. It is such a big stain on this issue. It is such a big error in judgment. It is such a ludicrous and egregious act of not building this wharf in time, that the sinking of this 87-year-old BARIMA was due to this wharf not being completed, the Port Kaituma wharf. They had an international import and supplies owned by Parmeshwar Jagmohan, won the Port Kaituma selling contract through public tender on December 30th, 2022. Physical work started January 17, 2023, with an April 17, 2024 completion target at 1.4 billion Guyana dollars. 1.4 billion Guyana dollars, notwithstanding on proper feasibility, evaluation of soil stability, river currents, and silting. These are all things you do. You don't just get a $1.4 billion and you don't have technocrats and scientists, experts, and your homework is done, and all you want is collect $1.4 billion, and you can't complete the wharf. What is it now? 2.5 years. 2.5 years after the completion target was when April 17, 24. That is that 2 years and coming out to 6 months. 2 years and 6 months, 2.5 years, and you still can't complete the tender. Sorry, building the wharf, but you're collecting money. You're collecting this sweetheart deal. You're collecting this grave $1.4 billion. This is not million, 1.4 billion, brothers and sisters. And you can't complete this wharf in 2.5 years. You're not even building a ship. You're not even blasting rock. You're not even going down into the earth. You're dealing with a river and the wharf and the silt and the soil there. It's already soft. Come on. What kind of people are these? How were these people? How can you collect that kind of money, $1.4 billion, and you take 2.5 years to build a wharf? And during the time of your negligence, people are dying in the river? As prosecutor, I would certainly indict you as an aider and abettor. I would certainly make you liable. In addition to those, the captain and the stevedores and the scapegoats and so on, you want to bring a charge of murder against them? Well, certainly those who had the contract, those who were to look after this contract, minister and whosoever is supposed to do this wharf. I see no reason, as an experienced prosecutor in Guyana, why similar charges are not brought against you. As aiders and abettors, as conspirators, as inciters, as complicit people responsible for the deaths of over 100 people. Because the failure of you to build that wharf caused the militia, not to be substituted for the BARIMA, and directly caused or contributed to the deaths of those people. So definitely, definitively, in any criminal action and in any civil action, you ought to be made a party to those actions. Criminally and civilly, you're equally, vicariously, either and abettor by operation of law, by your very conduct, by your connection to that mishap, by you being the underlying cause. The actus non fissus facet reum nisi mens sit rea sits equally on your head also. And I will have prosecuted you to the hilt because you had a direct act or omission that contributed to these people's demise. If you had done that wharf, if you had completed the wharf, if you had done justice to the money, if you had done justice to the 1.4 billion Guyana dollars, 1.4 billion Guyana dollars, there would not have been people dying 12 miles, 8 miles, or whatever it was offshore of Guyana in the cold, on cruel waters, drowning kids, women, men, dying like drowning rats, dying like people who don't deserve a life. My brothers and sisters, how can that be justice? How that can be civilized behavior? How can we live with that sin? How can we look people in the eye and say, I know this, yes, I was the man who was supposed to build the wharf. I am the minister who's in charge of these vessels and had regular oversight and had the authority to load them or unload them or take them off the water or tell them to dry dock or repair them. How can I face God? How can I face humanity? How can I say, well, I am not at fault and I'm going to hold on to my job? I am the minister. How can you look people in the eye? President Ali, how can you have these people walking around amongst us still? These are crosses. These are people who will bring down your presidency. These are people who have given Guyana a bad name. These are the people who you need to clear out of public life and public service. They don't deserve to be there. By no yardstick can they continue to be part of your administration. Look at what is going on here. $1.4 billion to complete this wharf, this Port Kaituba selling contract. And the scope was limited to building the physical structure while design and project supervision sat with a separate local consultancy firm, SEMCO, a firm the government retained, not the builder. Hereafter, we have a sequence of errors. And this is coming, and I should quote the source because I'm very grateful to them. This source is coming from 592 Guardian. Thanks to my source, 592 Guardian. They're very good writers there. And I appreciate bringing out the facts because we are going to use those facts. The truth will set us free, and we will stick to the facts and nothing but the facts. While this man get 1.4 billion, this Parmeshwar Jagmohan, you had SEMCO, a firm the government retained. The government retained this person. So what is the connection in the two? Were they able to clap and sing together? Or one was going there and one was going there, and one was doing this and one was doing that, and one was bidding there and one was taking there? What was going on there? How come the two of you failed? 100 people died and failed Guyana. How come you took taxpayers' money, the money from the mouth, out of the mouth of the people of Guyana? How dare you? And you cause people to die. And you can't honor your contracts? President Ali, you need to review all the contracts. Listen, cut this thing right now. You have an ultimatum to call in all the contracts. I want all the public tenders and all the contracts before me, like what you were doing with the contractors at one time. Bring it before cabinet. Bring everybody before cabinet or senior ministers and before the vice president. And you let me know, you got contract for do wharf, you got contract for do road, you got contract for do stelling, you got contract for do bridge, you got contract for do this one, you got this contract for do this, you got contract. Hold on. Number one, tell me how much you get, what you've done, bring the photographs, bring the videos, bring the evidence, how far you have reached. Okay? Let me understand what you have done. I need to see that. You, the bridge, the Burmese bridge, the bar ticket, this or whatever you have. Let me see what you have. You, this building or this coach or whatever, let me see what you got. ABC. When you expect to finish, I want it in writing, not notarized by you, or there will be penalties so much per day. That's how we do it in America. That's how we do it for our legal and corporate clients. That's how we make sure that people don't take advantage of. There are penalties with interest attracted to it if you don't complete. You see, like how this person had to do that work by 1.4 billion by April 17, 2024, and now we've gone all the way out to August 2026, 2.5 years later. Then you need to pay a penalty, you need to pay the interest, you need to pay on this money, and you need to understand that we're not going to tolerate this. 2.5 years late, and once you're 2.5 years, you take my 1.4 billion, and then you got Semco, whatever is the connection between you two. I want to see an accounting. I want to bring in accounts here, have Christopher Ram and all these reputable accountants in Guyana, a forensic audit of how this money goes around, and the Auditor General sit on a commission, show me how the money was allocated and how the money was spent. That's how it's done here. And there are also a lot of problems here in New York City, bribery all over the place, and kickbacks and percentage all over the world, I know. But Guyana cannot afford to have that right now. We need every penny for our brothers and sisters. And like King V. Max said, it's checks and balances. You have to have checks and balances. You must have that. And it's people say they're going to expose them. And I understand that. But you got to draw the line now, or be prepared to leave with whatever you've got, because that is not how government is counting for people's money. That is not fiscal prudency and accountability. That's economics. Apostle, that's correct. Be prepared to join. I'll bring you on in a few. This is how the public's money is spent. The public taxpayers' money and our resources do not belong to any particular person, be he president, ambassador, prime minister, or who he may be, bishop or who. It belongs collectively to the people of Guyana. And that is where you have to account for every penny, oversight, proper accounting, forensic audits. And it's the people's money. That cannot be compromised. There's no way out of that. So when we talk about this, we talked about here from Guardian, put together this, and I'm quoting from them. As of February 1824, the contractor reported 90% completion, and he was on schedule. The fishes appeared afterwards during the final stages of pile cap casting in the backfield zone. Work stopped immediately, and the Ministry and consultant were notified. Notice how people draw out all the money, 90% done, and then you find problem with pile cap casting and backfield zone. Your contract, Mr. Minister and Guyana government, must state that you cannot draw out 90% of the money, then come back and tell me about how we didn't expect an unexpected problem come a backfield zone and pile casting. We had problems with that. Sorry, we didn't anticipate that would happen. That is unacceptable. That is fraud. That is highway robbery. We're not stupid. You draw out 90% of the money, come back and tell me about what? Work stopped immediately. Fissures appeared. And the final stage of pile casting in the backfield zone. Well, I would have told you, give back the people the money, the government the money, unless you fill up the fissures and put it together. You see the fissures, how because we didn't have an earthquake here. I don't know how come you don't see fissures coming up into this wharf. And what? Pile casting and backfield zone. You're supposed to backfill that very early on. Now you come in at 90% completed and you draw down 90% of the money. Then you come in and telling me this? That is grand larceny, my friend. That is misappropriation. That is fraud. That is conversion of the people's money. You go to jail for that. People gone to jail for using their own money in campaigns. I will come to more of that later. I've seen all of that in my lifetime. Double standards. But you guys got away with murder over there. What came out of the investigation was clear enough. The tie rod strength in the original design was inadequate. The tie rod strength. When you're going to tie a rod, the rod strength, you're not going to use the best equipment? How expensive is that? How expensive is that? It's not that expensive. These are basic ties. You have to put the best quality there. Like the veins in your arms, you need the best quality veins. When they do bypass on you and they do these heart stem, put in stems in you and so on. Stents, sorry. They use very good things to take the vein from your leg because it broad, it big, and put it in the heart so it won't block up. They use quality in medicine and all over the place. Simple as that. So share the live, brothers and sisters. We're coming to a head point in this conversation now on Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Tell everybody to join the life and get the education. We need to see what's going on here. The tie rod strength is inadequate. An independent third-party firm brought in to review found further deficiencies in the affected section. Now you waste money with a third-party firm. They're going to always bill you for something, and they're going to always find a deficiency to justify why you took out 90% and can't complete this project with the other 10%, and draw down another set of money for which you're getting a kickback, and there's some kind of percentage I've heard of these cases going to some person in higher up. And then the ministry then retained that same third-party firm to run a new geotechnical survey and produce a revised design calling for longer, thicker piles on tie rods. So you're doing back this thing now. You're digging a hole to fill a hole. You're producing a revised design calling for longer, thicker piles and tie rods. So you're scrapping the infrastructure on the tie rods. You're taking them out deep down. And then you're putting something else now, strong. We should have put down in the first place. That is the problem here. Okay? That's the problem here. According to the contractors, materials for the design has been procured and work was prepared to resume in 2024, which was never done. Now, this wharf was supposed to build for a specific vessel, the MV Malisa, which arrived in Guyana since April 2023 and just being used and diverted for the rich and the powerful in Guyana to have their excursion, their fancy Manhattan skyline equivalent sailing, river sailing, where the cost is many. We got to get an audit of that money too. How many functions were held in Malaysia? How much it cost? How many people went? Where were the events? Do you want to see the manifest? And you want to publish the names of the people who went on those tours? They're not criminals. They're not incriminated. But you want to see what happened during that time of the substitution of the Malisa for the MV BARIMA. You want to know who did what, how much was made, and what's the accountability for that money. And we took a loan for that Malisa. You want to know how your money is being spent. The 12.7 million Malisa. So it's 2.5 years. And a final determination concluded that soil shifted and pier structure problems were the major issues. The firm that made that conclusion was the firm got it wrong. The firm that made a conclusion said that the first consultant, he got it wrong. The first consultant got it wrong. Ended up being the same foreign ministry, paid to get it right done the second time. My God. This is criminal. This is criminal. Another consultant came and said the first consultant got it wrong. Pay me, I can get it right. So all that money gone down the drain. $1.4 billion. Up to now, we can't see our way with this wharf, but it's going to be completed. when it's going to apply and keep Kaituma with foodstuffs and very important things. Keep the foodstuffs there, and the livestock and the poultry and the food and the rations and provisions all still going on at the same time. We don't have anything to say that that's going to be going on. So, given the fact this is a government that profusely blames everyone else but itself, where culpability must be assigned, given the fact that Minister Juan Edgel presided over the Ministry of Public Works, commandingly for the last 6 years, he must be held accountable for the failings of the TNHD and MARAD, which triggered this ongoing disaster. Well, that's a fair comment from 592 Guardian. They have facts to support that conclusion and that stipulation and that assertion. It's backed up by facts that he was there commandingly for the last 6 years as a Minister of Public Works. Given the fact that he was fully apprised and aware of every issue that existed with the project, he should have done the honorable thing and recused himself from office to ensure a comprehensive and unimpeded investigation into the circumstances that led to the largest maritime disaster in the nation's history, and has still not removed himself from the helm of the ministry. Reports on the ground indicate that the project has failed for the second time after the still unnamed firm entered the picture. But hold on. The Teddy Bears Sundays sponsored Parika to Supanam Orange Pop boat cruise on board one of the two new vessels bought to replace the MV BARIMA has been cancelled. So the Teddy Bear Sundays sponsored Parika to Supanam. They were to go Parika to Paranam route has been cancelled. So that there goes another vessel because of what happened with the first one. This has like a boomerang effect where consequences are flowing and development is being stymied and things are not doing right. So what is the truth? All those 100 lives lost. So this is a problem. This is a major problem. This is a problem that affects humanity. Share the live. Make sure you join and you send the live, you join the group, so that way we can continue to broadcast. We don't get money from this. I don't ask money from you. I don't get paid for what I do. But I have time limited to spend bringing facts to you, discussing the issues, and helping to get justice for the people of Guyana, the 100 poor people and rural folks and Native Amerindians. I'm standing up for them. Because I don't know if you noticed, not many people are coming out and saying anything. Because they don't want to get involved, they don't want to get, they don't want to be sort of like targeted, nor do they want to be discriminated, nor do they want to be for them to for anyone to have any sort of take any action or any brutalization of their views and thoughts. I was elected leader, and that is what I'm doing to bring these issues to the fore. And that is why I ask you to join with me in asking for justice and asking that, all of this money being lost. This is not only the MV BARIMA tragedy. This is going back to the money being lost to build a wharf and another consultancy firms and all these people coming in and everybody coming and steal. Everybody coming and siphoning off. Every coming in and taking stuff that they should not be doing. Everybody coming in and making their own dirty, filthy money off the backs of the Amerindian people and the natives of Guyana, the poor people of Port Kaituma, and depriving them of their right as citizens of Guyana, as people who belong to Guyana, to whom Guyana is owed a proper living. So, this is a shame. And this is something that should not be swept under the rug. This is something that demands explanations. This is something that demands answers. This is something that demands everything that these people deserve. And it's not something you could just say, well, you know what, this was a tragedy. This was a wave. We don't know what happened out to the sea. We don't know if some big sea monster torpedoed the boat. We don't know if it was a spear missile attacked this boat. We don't know if it was a huge tidal wave. We know what happened. We know what happened. We don't need no commission to tell us what happened. People were careless. People continued to exploit others. People couldn't give a damn about other people's lives. People couldn't care to die or to live. That is the problem. Those are the people um, that ought to be held accountable. Three people being charged. I've shown you instances where the people who were supposed to build this wharf and took down how much $1 billion. This figure here eludes me because it is so high. 1.4 billion Guyana dollars. Calculate that. My computers are working. My calculators downstairs. 1.4 billion Guyana dollars. Now somebody tell me how much US that is. 1.4 billion Guyana dollars. I don't know if you got to divide by 210, 250 or what. But I don't have my calculator up here in this study. It's probably downstairs. But that is the problem. It's a lot of figures, lots of money. This is taxpayer money. And I know Guyana gal, I'm just saying there's a kind of missile. All that is Nancy's story. There are no missile out there. This was pure and simple laziness. This was pure and simple I pass. This was pure and simple man's inhumanity to man. This was pure and simple people that couldn't even care. So let me invite King James. King James to join as a guest. I don't know if you're there, sir, if you want to join, but you could come in and give your thoughts. This is Thoughts Only in the BARIMA. You hear?
Yeah, good.
So I'm going to expand and you're going to give me your thoughts on this. Open up the camera. Let's see. Don't be afraid to speak. The truth shall set you free. Tell me what you think about this tragedy. Tell me.
Well, this tragedy, this tragedy was a very bad tragedy. Because like left the whole entire, the world shocked about this. Which in this, I blame, I could say, on my behalf. I blame like some not the government, the people who are in charge, the minister or whatever.
Right. Well, you know the minister speaks on behalf of the government. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get Apostle here on, Apostle. So the government cannot say that it is free. You know, the government bears responsibility here. Because if you're the government, the buck stops at your table. You understand? The buck stops at your table. So the problem that the government has is that they are equally liable or vicariously liable, and they got to be able to bear responsibility and find solutions. So the problem there is the apostle. Apostle, you there?
Yes, Coach, I'm here. Yes, Coach.
Michael the Freitas, right? Must open up your camera so we can speak.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Open up your camera so we can speak. I have King James, but King James is saying not the government is liable. But I was telling him that no, you got to have those and who are also responsible, King James. So I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to open the camera here for you, Apostle Michael de Freitas. Open up the camera and you come on so we can have a discussion here. This is for the people. This is for justice. Oh, very nice, very nice. Yes, I've seen you a lot on welcome and King James, you from Guyana?
Yeah.
Oh, you open up the camera? Open up the camera. Don't be afraid. And Apostle, you from where?
I'm from Guyana.
Are you in Guyana or States?
No, Guyana, but I live in New York.
Oh, you live in New York. So
Yeah.
tell me, Michael, what do you think about this?
This is, I first wanted to commend you on your nobleness, your honesty, and I want to say that clearly all this trouble is at the foot of the government because they dropped the ball. So I'm not going to sit here and, they rob the Guyanese people and they must be accountable. Everything is at the foot of the government, square and fair. So I'm not, and I said it, from the beginning, they should have had the harbor master taking control over all the processes of the complete structure. But they just love power and they do not have structure. Power without structure is failure. So they are bound to fail because they fail to put systems in place to bring greater state with regards and relates prevent these type of things. And instead of people who are educated to speak in these matters, you are getting a lot of emotions rather than facts. Stay where you belong. Stop being ignorant. Stop being emotional. Stop acting like a crab louse where you don't belong. You need to disinfect your mind because you will continue in mental slavery and Guyana and Guyanese will go nowhere and the country will continue to bleed because you have vampires within the system, demons and dark-minded people just seeking to fulfill their pleasures. We don't know what but being sophisticated and they can hold the grand parties and well the rest of the nation source of people. We cannot continue a system of elites against a system by rich and vastly poor. We need to nip it to the body. And from the time Mr. Trump said 12%, we need to say 20% increase on the oil and stop Exxon rig of our resources and drop foolery of our resources. And for the ambassador to have the audacity to say that the 2% must not be increased, she needs a mental check. She needs a psychiatrical check. But she has failed to be decent and honorable, to be in Guyana and to officiate over any diplomacy whatsoever. And the land my plane, indecent people must not be allowed to operate in Guyana.
Oh, you talk about American ambassador?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's just what you would call a clerical position within the United States cabinet and government. People don't understand when they go there as ambassador, especially when they go to smaller countries. You're not really right up the totem pole. You got to go to the Secretary of State and to the cabinet and the Minister of Commerce, and that's where we're going with this. And we wrote President Trump, and we also asked the Minister and the Secretary of State and the cabinet and the Commerce. Now that Trump has said that Exxon, he's called him out and said, you're greedy, you're causing these problems all over the world wherever you go. And if he only come and said, you know what, you see those people in Guyana, we're giving 2%, give them more, that will be a great move. And that is where now we got to move. And that is why I was saying earlier in the program, I don't know if you heard it, Apostle.
Yes, I heard you.
I tell them that you all must go now. Yeah, instead of you go now and you just sit down in the air-conditioned office, call up, go to the State Department. Some are in Washington, some are in United Nations, some are right here where the president is. Connect to the president's people. You might not meet President Trump, but you can meet his people and he will call him in and say, what have you got for me? Where's my daily report? And the daily report is that the people of Guyana, the representative, are asking and following up and thanking you for what you said about this 2% by Exxon, and that you should now ask Exxon, who will bow to your wishes, to give them 10%. That is the best opportunity. And I'm hoping that somebody does that. And I'm hoping the president of Guyana can pick up the phone and find 5 minutes to call the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and say, Mr. Rubio, can you help me, sir? Right now, we got problems. We got 100 people dead, and we need help here. Can you ask these people to lift up this boat? That's one. They're coming and taking our oil right down from the bowels of our earth, and they're taking a lot of oil. They're just giving us 2%. Can you help us to get 10%? That is the best way of getting that solved.
Yes, I agree, sir. I agree, sir.
Yes, King James.
I must thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I want to say I see you as a champion, not only in New York, but I think you have a strong political life and career in Guyana to be one of our leaders, to step to the front and save our great nation. God has blessed you with a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience, and I want to commend you for your stalwart, noble work. God bless you forever in your family. And shall you rise to the occasion to save our great nation. There's nobody in Guyana can light a candle to your contributions. They are persona non grata when it comes to you. They can't hold a candle to your experience and your knowledge. So I ask you, when the time comes, that you step up and show your leadership, because I know you possess that leadership, the leader of our nation. Thank you for showing us your true son of the salt word. In the name of Jesus, I pray for you and your family. Thank you so much.
But Apostle, those words are very uplifting, and those are the words that motivate fighters and gladiators like myself. You know, when I fought the system over here, there wasn't anybody like me that ever went into politics, Guyanese and so on. They always think of us as Jonestown and as people who don't belong. And I broke down those barriers, and I'm still fighting and breaking them. There's a lot of racism, as you know, living in New York, where we are broad
Yes,
brushed
yes.
and we're ridiculed and ostracized and targeted and minimized, marginalized. And we have fought and been elected and we continue to fight. But I see a greater calling for me in the land of my birth here
Yes, yes.
because I have seen
I'm telling you,
insult after
I'm
insult.
sensing it. I'm sensing it, sir. I'm sensing it strongly, sir. And the day you put your foot on Guyana soil to take command, I'm telling you, you will be heavily supported by all seven races of our country. I promise you. I'm saying this prophetically. You will be blessed. You take the track forward.
Where's that, King James?
700 appreciate 100% of what this big man does say.
Yes, yes. And you know what? I see people not talking out, and I suspect that it's because they're afraid. They are silenced, and that's not how, as you know, living in New York, how we grow up here. We got to speak. If we don't speak, we don't get anything. We use the freedom of the press. We fight immigration. We fight the government. We fight the city. I mean, I have had a successful career, but I grew up in the church, Pastor. I grew up as a Presbyterian in Better Hope. And I was brought up in the church as a Sunday school teacher and so on. My father was a high car driver, so I grew up poor. But he gave me the skills to go to Queen's College and blessed me, and thank God for that. That he brought me to a place where I became the youngest lawyer, the youngest magistrate, and I did the criminal cases in Guyana and so on. Then I left and came to America and became a lawyer here too. But I know life is a circle, life is a cycle, life is something that goes back and comes around. And I see that I've done a lot of work here, but I see that and I'm so happy that Guyana is now climbing up. And I don't like what I'm seeing now. I don't like it at all because I see and what I hear, and it can be 100% people lying.
The
Everybody's
system
taking for
today,
themselves, and they got layers and layers of bribery and kickbacks and accountability,
right
and people are
now,
afraid.
the system in us is like failing Guyana.
It's failing Guyana.
The system, yes, the system is what I get is not good at all.
Where you live,
We
King
truly
James?
need a leader that respects our constitution and with your voice. You know, I sit there and listen to you and I'm like, wow, why were this man infused into the Guyanese political system way now? But you know what? God doesn't make mistakes. God always is God of on time. He's always an on-time God. And this is your revealing. This is the moment of your lifting. Is the moment of your anointing to walk into territories that dark people cannot enter. You have the light of glory on you, and God will lift you to take you to that covenant place that He has ordained for you before you were even born. You're ordained for this moment. I'm a strong believer of God. I fast, I pray, I teach, I preach, and God has given me tremendous insight that this is the year of the lifting of His people because He has called us to have dominion, one, to have authority, and to reign until He comes. And you are equipped, my brother. You are equipped. None of them is equipped like you. None. And anybody who wants to shout to tell you that you are, oh, why are you pushing your fist? No. God has equipped you. Your experience has equipped you. Your poverty has equipped you. Fear not, say God. Step forth in the calling that He has called you to lead and not to be and not to be led by anyone. You're a leader, and He's equipped you fully to lead Guyana and great as a great nation with great wealth to prosper all of us. Because I listen to you, you're very fair, you're very balanced, you stick to the law and the procedures of law, and that makes you an outstanding leader. Thank you for putting your foot to the plow and not looking back. In the name of Jesus.
Well, brother, yes, those are uplifting words. And a lot of people agree with you, Nadir Prasad, Baby Ali, and a lot of other folks on this live here. And they're certainly, they're certainly joined with you. Well, what I have done is to make sure that where I stand, as you know, God has said that even where there's a bushel of light, that there shall be no darkness. And even as I sit here from Queens, New York, from my humble abode, I have cast light on that issue in Guyana. And I've communicated. The world is now global, Pastor. And the world has
Yeah.
reached to me where I'm getting emails and I'm getting a lot of calls from people who've
Thank you.
affected.
Thank you.
A lot of marinas. I've compiled a list. So here we have a lawsuit in the making, the basis of what you call a class action lawsuit, but over there you call it representative
Hallelujah.
action.
Hallelujah.
That if
Hallelujah.
one person sue, the rest gonna benefit the same way.
Just now, I watching one little girl who went in the same tragedy with them, right? Well, she could be that she mother and father. That girl must be like, where was it, like 5 to 6 to 7 years, right? You tell me our person like would feel like we're gonna grow without no parents at all. You know? It's like she gotta live with her for the rest of her life, and she know that it's a hard thing she pass. You know?
Yes. You need the counseling, you need the monetary value, you need the emotional support, you need the government's interaction. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the reforms, I'm not saying the counseling. I just see everybody trying to save themselves and everybody trying to fight this thing politically. I don't see it come together of Guyana. I just see people trying to, score
Yeah.
points,
Yes.
all sides. And I see the
Gas or
government not
planes.
doing what
Gas
it's
or
supposed to
planes.
do.
Yeah.
And you
It's
cannot treat
like
people
we
like
just
that.
so like we just come out together on a live and we just start out or thing. We say everybody should come as one and stand together in time like you say, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm. And what part of Guyana you live, King James?
I live in right in region four side.
Region 4, that's where particularly.
That's for this.
Barbies. Right, right. But what the point you made is a very good one because if you notice the people in Madia, they got like I think some kind of $5,000, some small amount, and they sign a paper. That's what we're telling people if they're
Disrespect.
listening to us, do not sign any paperwork, do not give up your rights, do not sign anything yet. We have time.
Yeah.
You have time in which to even bring the lawsuit. This till December, as I said.
So
Gather the
the
evidence, gather your
government
stuff together.
the government only give them like the people who went in a tragedy just give the people them like some of them just like 100,000. That's which in like a 5,000 US.
And like you said, someone who's 5 years
Two
old,
hundred thousand 500.
Yeah.
yeah, let me. You see, like over here when you had that 9/11 disaster in America, and I'm not saying America is the greatest country. You got your own problems here too, and inequities and so on. But when you come to
Yeah.
quantify people's life, like you said, the earnings, the education, the food, and all that, it's going to reach up. And they have a kind of a scale which they use. They don't just pull up a figure that's going to devalue as you go along. And that 5,000 can be worth, lower down as it costs. It is graded and it goes up as the cost of living go up and as inflation goes up to a situation where that person will have an equal life as they would have had had their parents not been killed or murdered in that tragedy or just sacrificed. God,
It's
this
a
here
tragedy
is a
that
killing. This is a murder by negligence.
yeah, they more by negligence because not by negligence because I blame like I said government all of them involved in it because they're supposed to look out for the people. I just say I love you the people them who can whatever. You're not supposed to make sure that everything with them place. That water not supposed to be on the water whatever water. Because the boat is already in something years old. I
Yes.
travel I come where normally like I belong to like four like in region one, right? Where that boat is normally travel to my like another. I
Yes.
get and I come away from the like since like I was about about 20 years back and since then I don't hear about this story, you know.
Yes, I understand.
Me yeah, my grandmother like she died I was at 90 and within that time inside boy one hear about this story. My grandmother like to talk about this story whatever.
Yeah, this boat should not be there. So, King James, I'm going to try to take you off now so I can get other people to come back, to come in. I want to talk to the pastor here a little bit more. Um, so, Pastor, Apostle, and I can see you're a man of God, and I'm glad I've met you because I've seen you before on the live. And that was the first time we were interacting. What
Yeah,
do you
that,
think about the murder charges there on the three, as people
no,
say,
the
scapegoats?
murder charge is just charges to deflate the responsibility and accountability by Angel and the government. And because I was informed that Angel plays too, and I wish that this evidence comes up, Exxon is able to bring up this vote. Mr. Mohammed, the opposition leader, put in his availability of being paying for a ship. I don't know if he's going to bring it out to Brazil or where he's going to bring it out because I know Brazil has the capability technically to bring that ship up. They have it because I've researched it. I have address. I have numbers that they can call in Brazil. Rio de Janeiro is the location of one of the salvage company called Salvage. Salvage in Rio de Janeiro can respond to that location and result and recover that ship and bring it. It was told to me that and by people in social media that Angel put two rollers on the ship. And the way that ship went suddenly shift on whichever side, right or left, it was a wave of a whiplash that sent that boat over on its side. It showed that either the rollers weren't tied properly to whatever side they didn't tie it properly that caused that whip. It was in
Right.
seconds that would flip on the side and went under my own chronological state of mind tells me and shows me what really transpired here. And then the first to begin with, what are the life jackets doing up above the people in watershed kind of boat shed kind of thing? As the people come on the boat, traveling for such a distance and time on the river, knowing that it was not strongly mechanical and seaworthy, everybody should have had the vest at all times, either in their hands or somewhere close to them, that in the case of an emergency, they can quickly put it on and strap themselves in. That was not so. So there were many levels of inefficiencies and an unsafe practice by captain and all of sundry crew on that um, vessel. And we need to rethink, we need to invent greater transparency and responsibility. And the young man, the Coast Guard that spoke to you, where you read out his assumptions. We need all ports to be fitted with harbor masters. I say all ports must be fitted with harbor masters. And the harbor masters have total control of all vessels, government or private. The harbor master have all control over captains. Because if the harbor master go on the boat and oversail the sea before the boat sets sail, the boat is not properly loaded, passengers are not properly safeguarded, then that boat cannot sail and should not be sailed. So we have the need for greater oversight and greater enforcement of law. And that's where I see the government has dropped the ball and it's caused the death of so many because of negligence.
I take your points. They're very solid points there, and I think they're very intelligent points too that can guide that investigation. I heard about the two rollers, and I couldn't believe it when I saw somebody send me a video of the two rollers. And trust me, if the minister was directly responsible for those two rollers going on that ship, then he's liable for murder also. Because he's so reckless that you're going to put two rollers on a ship. You don't even anchor them down, and like you said, they'll be flash. Because sometimes the air ocean come, they're gone one way, they're gone that way. You didn't anchor them down. I hear the boat didn't even have an anchor per se. So how can
Right.
you ply a vessel as the minister and you loading up this boat with rollers when you can put it in a pontoon or you can put it in some other vehicle? How can you? And I'm sure when you put in them rollers, you're not even paying for them because you're a minister.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a criminal act by itself. That's a
Yes.
criminal act by itself. So I don't understand why they're trying to shield somebody who's across to this whole thing. You
That's
know,
true.
this person is shielding him or any other ministers who are direct culpability. They have their own accord to come up and said, you know what? I am going to resign. I am being a blight on this whole government. I am being a problem here. And you can see how this thing is unfolding. They're not They're not giving explanations. Nobody's coming out. Nobody can defend this thing. Every decision is being opposed by the people. They wanted to bury the thing out at sea to make it and then call it a shrine, which is really mean destroying the evidence and burying this thing and trying to get it to rest. And then, like you said, Brazil can come in, and if they can't get Exxon, imagine my people, you in my own country milking my sweet, and I can ask you a little favor, or tell you, you know what? Can you let that you got vehicles out, you got equipment in that same area, powerful $1 million, $1 billion equipment. How come they can't help us to live or get people to come? You know, so Minister Edgell is in a very, very bad place criminally in terms of criminal charges, civil charges, responsibility, ministerial firing. I don't understand because the more he remains in focus and the more he opens his mouth. For example, he was accused recently, and a police report was filed against him for threatening somebody. And the words he used against another minister, Mahipal, who I understand is no saint also, but he used apparently used this word, I'm going to deal with you at the appropriate time when you're going to run for cover. I mean, these are disgusting words a minister cannot use. Only a power drunk person will use these kinds of terms as if to say, I'm going to exterminate you. I'm a powerful person and nothing like you can't come with me. I mean, you can't carry yourself as a minister like that.
Agree.
So all these things are coming up. He had another incident with this same ferry of the boat. And then there was another incident, I think, when the ministers, when the ambassadors and all of them went someplace, Fort Island, I think it was, or Fort. They had some event there. That's the Guyana's independence, I think it was. And the people couldn't even get to the ship and so on. They were quarreling inside the same, again, on the ship. That how come I'm not at the top? And he mishandled that whole situation too, including disrespecting the diplomatic personnel there, not catering for them.
Yes. Agree.
So if you charge Agile Novus and you can't stop there, you have to go to the highest accountability. Well, here is where we have to draw the line also. I don't know how far we can go beyond the minister because I don't think the president is in the country. It's not his ministry, and we can't directly connect him to the crime. And then, as executive, as head of state, he may have certain immunities. But I believe from ministerial level coming down is the right place to continue. Yes, from ministerial, because that's your ministry. You can't expect the president and try to gain political mileage on that. If it was his direct ministry, his direct act, then certainly he would have to be liable also. I don't know what the law, I have to read up on that again, refresh my mind. But I think presidential immunity will be afforded to the president in that capacity. But that doesn't mean he cannot lead the fight to say, Agile, you got to go. And these are my children. These are my people. Everybody, he went there, he listed them, he cried with them and so on. But that is not enough. You got to compensate them. You got to give them food, clothes, and housing. You got to move them out of that sadness. You got to bring them in a place where they can see the light. You got to give them salvation. You got to be father, like that young man King James asked about if you're 6-year-old, what's going to happen to them? Any president in the world, and this is where presidents like Ronald Reagan and these great American presidents will come out and so on, and they will take responsibility for those children because they, Jawaharlal Nehru and so on, because these are our children, these are our Guyanese children. We are not going to make them orphans. We're not going to give them to anybody. We're not going to ask anybody to father and mother them because they're Guyanese, and these are my children, and I will take charge of them. We'll give them the house, the land, all that big land that we got in Guyana, make future for them, allocate land to them, give them money, give them clothing, housing, accommodation. You're not taking it from your pocket. You're taking it out from the oil.
Yes, it's not his money.
Or I would tell Exxon, we have a tragedy and we have a fund. Let's say Exxon or Mr. Trump or President Trump don't help us to get this 2% ratcheted up to 8-10%. Then you ask them to contribute to a fund because I think they sponsor cricket and so on. So you tell them this is a necessary fund that involves everybody making money out of Guyana. Beyond that contract, this is a benevolent fund that all those who are doing the work in Guyana are asked to pay a percentage or are told to pay a percentage called a humanitarian tax. You name it anything. Can't come back and say, well, that takes it out of the ambit of the 2% law. So when they come and said our defense is that we are already giving 2%, they said, no. This is a new law now, a mercy law that we have implemented. And this mercy law is saying that we should not nationalize you, Exxon, or chase you out of our country as long as you contribute fairly from what you're earning to our benevolent tax or mercy tax. Mercy, benevolent, and redevelopment tax, you call it. And that way you bring them to the table and tell them they got to pay and pay their fair share. And that is how you get this money out of them, or you ask them that you're going to terminate or do what you got to do or give them pressure. Because the problem is that they have to make sure that they can give back to what they want. You know, Exxon has the way, Pastor, of milking the riches of people. If you read the books on Exxon, their history, they have raped and reaped and milked all countries in the world, and then it's out of there. You never hear back from them. They go to somebody else, some other third world country, some other developing country. And they move the equipment there and they set down anchor there. Exploitative. And they suck the sweet out of you. So I don't know how you could understand, because a man talking Yankee white, that he can come to your country and got you wrong and swing you wrong and bring you wrong, and like I see all them. You and I know in America what we go through here. We look them in the eye and we know that we are being exploited. So when it comes to my own territory, it's like, you know, I'm not going to give it a short off my back. I've been down that road. I knew what you people believe in. You're capitalists, and I understand that. But you're going to come here and rob me twice in my own country. And probably God is giving me this intuition that I should make sure we go there. Having been exposed to all levels of evil, injustice, and so forth in this country. Because when I rose as a politician, they brought fake charges on me to try to get rid of me. God brought me back and made me whole. Thanks be to God. And with that same power, with that same rehabilitation of the spirit and body and mind, I can take that to Guyana, and that is when we can make sure that justice is done there. What do you think about that?
Yes, of course. I like, you see, the thing with you, every time you speak, let me tell you something, brother. I am so honored to meet you and to be in your circle, in which, I like to be around smart people. I don't like fools. And what you have demonstrated and continue to demonstrate is your depth of knowledge. Because all you just outlined about the mercy faith, you would never hear these clear, precise legal framework coming out of the mouth of Ali Jabdil. None of these people, not even Anim and the ladder, have your depth and scope, my brother. I'm saying this without fear of contradiction. Not even Anim and the ladder as your meat. Not even these guys. So anybody who wants to be honest in the core of the soul, when they hear you, you are an educator. You're a legal scholar. These people don't own nothing close to you, sir. Nothing. Anybody hear me, know me? I'm a man of integrity, honesty, and truth. I do not speak flowery word. I give a man his flower. And I would say, going forward, I look up to you with great nobleness, that you can unseat the likes of Ali, Jagion, Anil, all of them. You have the ability, the God-given identity to struck the devil's down with the power of the Most High, Jehovah God. Fear none of these men, because they do not hold a candle to your integrity. And I land my plane. Be strong, be bold, be courageous. Jehovah God is with you.
Thank you for your prayers, brother, and to God be the glory on this. And I'm a very religious person, and my strength comes from an inner strength and with a direct relationship with God. I've had my trials and tribulations, and somehow He's never given me more than I can bear. And somehow He always showed me, well, this is what I want you to do, this is what I've done to you, and this is how you can repay me, or this is how you can further my existence. And I've studied these things, and I realize that whatever gifts God has given you, that you have to make sure that you can follow through, and that you can implement them and inspire others to carry the banner. Right now in Guyana, I think there's a putrid fear amongst people, and they don't, that was the term I was looking for, and God
Yes.
sent back the word to
Yes.
me, victimized. They're
Yes.
victimized, ostracized, marginalized, and exterminated. And that is a very dark time in our history if that is going to happen. And we got to
Yes.
stop that because we are now the world's fastest economy. So why are we having all of these problems still? Why are we having all these issues going on where people don't trust each other, people are pulling down each other, people are selling out each other, people are fighting each other, everybody's fighting to reap the sweet of Guyana. And how much you're gonna eat, how much you're gonna take with them, how much they're gonna benefit for. And your poor brothers and sisters are not getting a mouthful. And now we got people over 100 of them, and nobody wants to own them. We don't even have a picture of all these people, survivors family as a group, to say these are the people you need to help. Why isn't there no public place or an internet connection or a group called the victims of Guyana, the people who need help, the Madi survivors, the 19 there or 20, I can't remember how much it is, the 73 people, everyone understands more than 100. All of they died, but all the relatives that have been identified that can be put together. There are many benefactors here that we can access and we can get to. You can't
Yes.
keep them in a bushel and hide them. You if you can't help them, then let other people help them. There are many people here
Correct.
who have been touched by that.
Yes. Agree.
So the
Agree.
government not bringing these people to the fore, not publicizing them, trying to put a bushel on this whole issue with a commission, and then trying to make separate the issue and put distance between them and the issue is only
Yeah.
causing it because Guyanese people are not stupid. I understand from talking to the people in Richmond Hill, Queens, Brooklyn. The more you try to cover up this thing, the people are not stupid. The more they're talking about it, and they're very intelligent.
That's true. That's true.
You just can't fool people and think, well, they try to make it an afterthought. They come up with this idea, they come up with this other idea, they bring up this other issue, they bring up this thing about the middle model village, how we can have village look like this, and village gonna have fire hydrant, and this is the model you want to follow. And you gotta address this issue and compensate these people before you talk about any other model village. Because a village without a
Exactly.
soul, that's what the people are gonna turn and tell them. A village without a soul is no village. It's a collection
Exactly.
of houses. Where's the soul of the people who are going to live in that village? What happened to the soul of the 100 people that died? Where are they now? Have you catered for them to be with God? Have you blessed them? Have you helped them? You have not.
That's
All you do is
that's
try to
right.
cover, cover, cover all the time. And I don't know who's advising these people. Apparently, there's a lot of money being spent as consultants. A lot of money being spent as
Waste
consultants.
time consultants, Miss Albert, because one of the things with the consultant, a lot of these consultants are just there for the money, and they don't have a soul, they don't have a heart because they don't know God. And when you don't recognize and honor the Creator, He will not fill you with divine wisdom. Divine wisdom only comes from God. There's two types of wisdom: the wisdom of the world and the wisdom of God. James 3:13-16 talks about the wisdom of the world, which is deep, deceitful, and wicked. The wisdom of God, 70 verses 17 and 18, talks about the pure wisdom of God that comes purely from God. But if
Right.
you have men walking in the wisdom of themselves, they're walking in the wisdom of the devil. And the devil is a wicked, nasty person, a
Yes.
nasty man. And so when you were speaking, I heard God say, tell him I have blessed him with the strength and wisdom of David, not forgetting. David was chased into caves and all types of um, oppression by Saul, but yet when God ready for David, Saul himself plunged a sword in his own body to kill him when the Philistines moved upon him. This tragedy is a tragedy that will kill this administration. God will raise you up as a David in this time and hour. You are risen for this occasion.
To
Looking
God
at
be
the
the glory.
moment of your rising. This is a moment of your rising. Your hands are clean, your heart is clean. You have not done anything corrupt to Guyana, America, or no one that stands before you. Your integrity is intact. So, be bold and take the bull by the horn. You are the anointed one.
Thank you, my brother. And like I said, I met you for the first time, and I'm glad that I've impressed you, and that I spend my time, making these videos and trying to solve people. But I realize that whenever I speak, that there's drawn that a lot of love is drawn towards me. And some people consider it a gift, or some people say you speak from the heart. But I realize that truth will set us free, as the Bible says, and that we must stand up for this, because this is a test of our eligibility for divine mercy and for salvation. This is a test here on earth. And as long as you pass this test, then your future, which no one knows or can firmly say, but which is much more glorious than what we enjoy now and cannot even contribute to God's blessings and salvation, then that is the promised land. That is indeed the greater good that we must look forward to.
Yes, yes, yes. And I can tell you this also. You will personify, you will legitimize, and you will bring greater value to the office and to the people of Guyana. You will bring value to the presidency of Guyana. Hands down. Hands down.
Yes.
And I would like to see, I would like to see, the people like the Nigerians and other people, the great minds, joining forces with you and taking on this illegal, criminal, racist government that Guyana and Guyanese will have. They benefit in greater value both in Guyana and out of Guyana, because many of us would have run from Guyana for many political evils and want to contribute still to our country. Because whether we in or out, we are Guyanese first and foremost. And we must be given the freedom to be all inclusive to the economic glory and benefit and development of Guyana. We all are Guyanese, whether we in or out. And for the people to think that they can ostracize the diaspora with their themselves and be responsible for ejecting out of that country. I believe that they're doing a good when they ostracize us. That's an evil. That's diabolical, because as we speak today, even after the Holocaust, and now the Jewish nation has received over 93 billion United States dollars for reparations to the Holocaust. To date, the Jewish Holocaust has been receiving and sending money across 45 nations where the Jewish brothers and sisters reside. You hear me?
Yes.
43 nations of the world. So who in the hoodwink, the PPP, can say that Guyanese in the diaspora, whether you're Indian, black, Portuguese, whoever color you are, doesn't matter, you're Guyanese, is not entitled to this wealth, sovereign wealth of Guyana? Are these people crazy? They're not even building housing schemes, like you talk about housing for those who are found in this tragedy. We should have a diaspora housing development project for Guyanese who want to return home and live in peace and not to live under this draconian Babylonian system. We can have our lands, our kitchen gardens, and have our wineries and have our brewing companies all across Guyana to bring peace, tranquility, love, excitement, and enjoyment to our people. Fresh care, fresh food, no GMO food, but organic food, fruits and vegetables to lift our people from this sickness and madness, and the people get the audacity to believe that they can move a magic wand and just keep the diaspora out of Guyana. No, they don't have that right.
Well, that's a great point you made, because I noticed in the laws of Guyana, and this is directly relevant to Guyanese like you and me and leaders of this community going back, that you got to live in Guyana for 7 years, and you got to renounce your citizenship here, although we have such a great relationship with the United States, in order for you to be a member of parliament or for you to run for president or prime minister. And that is a draconian, and you use that term, it's thing there that about living and so on, because if the United States don't have those stringent conditions, Look at Bamdani, he was not even born here, but he was able to come here. Look at
That's
folks,
right.
I mean, there's an equal opportunity for, so I think it must not create these barriers to keep people out who could help, or people who have made the
That's right.
sacrifice of coming to live in America.
That's
You
right.
should benefit, especially since American Guyana has such a great relationship.
That's true.
So they have to remove that law, and that, for example, it caused like Minister Greenwich. I think he had to renounce his UK citizenship in order to be a member of parliament or a minister. And he got to live in Guyana for 7 years continuously. They should get rid of all of this stuff here. So you don't have
Yes.
so you bring in new blood, you bring in experienced blood, you bring in people who can help the country, you're bringing people who are qualified, you're bringing people now who's not coming there to make money or trying to get money from other people. These are people who have earned the right to help develop Guyana. They've always been champions. They've always fought.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
That is
So we
why
need
they
to,
have to bring up that.
yeah, definitely. And with your in-depth knowledge of law, you are most qualified to institute and to bring those laws to the table in our constitution, that we have a modern constitution that really caters to all our people, because at the end of the day, they have knowledgeable, qualified people like yourself, not only in law, in engineering, and all sorts of fields in technology and science. And when you do those things, you are keeping your best minds up. That's how illiterate this government is. Very dark and sinister. You need your best and bright minds to come in to help you, regardless of race, religion, or economic uh, level. The point is, you need your best people to return, and so you must create the incentive, the avenue, and the landscape that encourages them to come back, so your country can progress. But when you have a government like the people who's always stigmatizing and reaching out to unalive people and all of that nonsense, people won't want to come back here. And so I would like to see greater aggression and aggressiveness, that we truly begin to make that move where leaders like yourself can begin to have a presence in Guyana and really begin to build your political career and momentum to bring the change that Guyanese so desire, both in and out of Guyana. And thank you for your wonderful starting contributions to the diaspora and Guyanese at home. Thank you so much,
All
Mr.
right.
Albert Baldeo.
Well, thank you very much, Apostle. And I appreciate your kind words. I thank you for contributing to the show. I thank you for encouraging me and others to be part of Guyana and yourself, because after all, our hearts lie in Guyana, and we call for changes to the constitution, changes for us to be welcome to our homeland. Our navel string is buried there, as we say in Guyana. We would love to help. We're not coming for money. We're coming to assist. We're coming to make sure tragedies like these don't recur again. And we want to open up this place. The whole world is global. I've been talking to people in Mali, talking to people in Latam on this same, in a small room here in Queens in my study. Look at the world, so interconnected yet now, and we are refusing our own expatriates. In Israel and all these countries, they don't stop their people from coming back and becoming presidents, prime ministers, and leaders there, and a member of parliament. They welcome them with open arms, because it's not about where you live in, it's where your heart is, and that is why they have to make sure that
That's true.
these things are done in a
True, true.
way that that all the best people are here, serving in the ministry, serving with God, serving mankind, serving science. These are all things that must be done and completed at the earliest possibility, and that is not being done. They always tell you, where you were. They try to like not welcome you, and they try to shut you out from decision making. And all you have now is like people who look at the quality of debate in parliament. Look at the quality of this. This is not good. Bring the best and brightest, and that is what makes this country great. That is what made America great. All the immigrants came here. The best and brightest of the world came from India, Africa, Australia, New Zealand, all over, and they lifted this country up, India. And now we got to do the same thing there with our own people. We must not be treated like foreigners there. We must not be treated in the land of our borders as if we don't belong, as if we don't have a
That's right.
say. Not
Yes,
because we don't
yes.
kill you for the money and the cash grants and these kinds of things, because we work hard and we accustomed to feeding ourselves here. We don't look out for handouts, but at the same time respect us, you know. And when we see
Exactly.
these things happening, listen to our voices, find solutions, and let us be part of the solution making and part of government. So we call upon the government to include us, show us more respect, show us more inclusion, respect our views, respect our voices. But I believe, Pastor, the best way to get this done, Apostle, is also to bring public pressure to bear
Yes,
on the
yes, yes, sir.
systems that
Yes, sir.
and
Yes,
we
sir.
can do that too. So we need to them to show us some sort of leadership and inclusion and value for our intellect and our experience. We don't come easy in
Yes,
America. All of us sacrificed and struggled here. I used to
yes,
live in very humble beginnings and go start over my whole life here. And I could retire in Guyana when I was at 26 from my career as a prosecutor. And when I became a defense lawyer, people used to hire me because of the value of my services. You know what I mean? So I mean,
yes,
they got to see us in that light. People who have made the sacrifice and made themselves better. I've taken courses at Harvard University in public administration, the John F. Kennedy School of Government. I have done courses there to help me in public administration and in public leadership. So when I speak, it comes from that higher development,
yes,
you know.
yes,
And this is where we get our knowledge and our ability to talk in these situations, and
yes,
and be able to employ just drop it to the sky like money from heaven. As you
yes.
know, it has all been a situation where we have had to cultivate and inculcate and educate and study and be better people. And Guyanese need to respect that, to follow our lead, because we want to see them succeed. We want to see the country succeed. We don't really, just not really, we're benefiting from Guyana. We have our own problems here, right?
Yes, yes, we
But
do.
we find time to help. We find time to educate people. So, Pastor, I'm gonna take my leave of you now, and I know you have to go too.
Thank you, man of
And I
God.
look
Thank
forward,
you
now
so
that I know
much.
you, to bring you on whenever it's convenient to do so. And
Yes,
God
same
bless
here.
you,
Pleasure.
and may we
God
continue
bless you to your family. God bless you.
to live in the spirit. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
brother. Thank you. So here we are again, and I want you to share the live. I want you to join, and I want you um, to be part of my group. So whenever we have these discussions, I thank the apostle for as many, and you can encourage, encourage others to take up the fight. Those who can't fight, or those don't hold back others from fighting. Don't be like somebody tell me all the rest are cockroach. That I'm the only one who ever standing for this community in New York, and all the rest are cockroach. So I say what I mean. He said when the thing get rough, all them disappear, run and hide. Only bad you stand up and fight. So I said, okay, when you think of it, that is true. I've never seen them come out back again. They're all like cockroach. Eh? So it's good to give praise to people. It's good to encourage them. We don't get paid for this. We don't ask them money. I can easily join the others and try to curry favor some politician and line and wine and dine them to get benefits and guidance and so on. But there's a greater cause. There's a greater purpose in life. And that is what I am pursuing here, to help others and those who are not as blessed or not as lucky or fortunate, whatever you want to call it, can't get that and ought to get that also. So, let me see this lady here, Baby Ali. She's been there. Let me see. I follow her. I don't know if she's going to come on, but I've sent an invite to you, Baby Ali, to see whether you want to come on. We just had a great Apostle Michael De Freitas, and Michael, we thank you very much um, for your thoughts, for your encouragement. Um, let me see, Nova. I think I have to follow back and then invite, right? Let me see. Not so sure. Uh, Mark view, add moderator, mute account, block, report. Nova's been very prolific on this watch, but he is not. I've tried to invite him, but I don't know. I don't see him coming on. Let me see some other people here. Wow, Rosal girl.
Good night. Good night.
Who's this, please? Shamiza Zafarali.
Yes.
Okay, so let's open up your camera. Let's see, so we can talk. Welcome to the show. I know that you were sending some messages, and I wanted to hear what you have to say. Don't be afraid. We have freedom of speech. Where you are in Guyana?
No, in America.
Oh, very safe too. I mean, in America, you have freedom of speech. Can you open up your camera?
No, I mean in my bed.
Oh, you're in bed. Okay, so go ahead. Let me hear what you have to say.
Yeah. My name is Shamiza. I'm suffering from a rare brain disease called moya moya. I had a brain bypass
Wow.
surgery on the 29th of January.
Uh huh.
Right?
Wow.
I am a stroke survivor.
Oh my gosh.
Moya moya disease.
Moya moya. I never heard of
Yes.
it, but I have to research it. My goodness. You
Okay.
know what? I'm so happy that you can talk and speak because I called one of my friends the other day. He's an insurance broker. And I thought he was drunk, but he had a stroke and he was slurring.
Yes.
And he's a very strong man, so I didn't associate stroke with him. So I said,
I
I thought he had a few drinks, and he told me, no, man, I had a stroke. And he was slurring his speech. He was speaking very slowly. And then I
yes.
was saying, my goodness, look at how people can get sick so suddenly. Yeah, by the time you turn your back, is sick. But I'm so
Well,
sorry to
I
hear about this, Shamiza. You have my deepest sympathy and my fullest cooperation here.
I am the first Guyanese
Oh my God.
had a brain bypass surgery.
Brain bypass. Yes, I never heard of that. I heard about heart
Okay.
bypass
Okay. The
and so
reason
on.
I am sharing this
My mother had
awareness,
that. You had a brain bypass. So what they had to do? Open up his skull?
yes, I had one day I'll come with my camera and I'll show you. It's from my temple to the head, till to the back of the head,
Both
right?
side or at the middle?
One side. I have to wait 1 year before I'll get at the brain angiogram to see if I have to get the second brain bypass. My surgery was 13-hour surgery
Oh
where
my
they took
God.
donors artery and put it in my head.
Oh,
Right?
where did they took the artery from?
Donors.
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 What
Yes.
part of the artery, like the foot veins and
They can't do the foot.
too
They
big,
had to get they had to get yeah, they
smaller
had
ones,
to small
arteries.
arteries, and they put it in the head,
My
and it
God.
took 13 hours, and
Jesus
I have a
Christ.
plate in the head, and it's a long story, but most moya moya patient mistake the headaches with migraine headaches.
I see.
I found the second Guyanese lady. She had two brain bypass. She lives in Ohio.
Oh my God. Is
Right?
this something
So
common to Guyanese or Guyanese
yes,
women? You would say from the water we drink
yes,
or anything like that. You
yes.
think?
Listen,
Uh-huh.
first they thought it was like European, like white people, Japanese. They never associate this with black and Indians and different from the different country. Now they're seeing Jamaican, the Trinidadian, they see this is second Guyanese already with it, right?
My
So
God.
we need to spread this awareness to tell people when they have headaches, go see a doctor. Rule it out. Don't say it's migraine, go see a doctor.
So it shows up like migraine, which is a very heavy headache,
And if there's strokes,
and that can lead to
I have,
stroke. This
yes,
moya moya disease,
yeah, moya moya disease.
which can
This,
knock you out and kill you unless there's a intervention, medical intervention, like these veins being
yeah,
routed bypass
yes,
up there.
yes, yes,
And how long you
yes.
spend in the hospital? Then I have to stitch you up and all this kind of thing, eh?
Yeah, I was like 1 month in the hospital, and
1
then I
month
had to go like 2 months
rehab.
rehab
Oh my
because I
God,
wasn't talking and stuff. I have
you
to
wasn't
learn back to
talking,
do
eh?
everything. Yeah,
Oh, this is so sad. This is
Tell me,
very shocking, but I'm glad that you came out and talked about
you know
this.
me. My father, you from Pleasant, right?
Yes, my father is from
So,
Plaisance. I was born in Plaisance. Yes, how come I get along with
well,
all
you know,
races?
they,
Because I was
so
born in
he,
Plaisance.
yeah, Imam Muntaz Ali. My grandmother is neighbor Susan from Pleasance.
Oh, you would know my father. My father is Harry. Harry had the higher
Yes,
care. My father's a
yes,
well-respected man. He wasn't a very wealthy man, but he commanded
yes,
respect from top to bottom. But he
yes.
used to
We
be a
from
church man a lot.
Pleasant. Yeah,
And
my
then, yeah, and you
grandmother.
lived in Plaisance, or you moved out and got to Beto, like we did in
No,
1963.
Ogle. Ogle.
Ogle. Oh, so
Went
you
to
went that
Ogle.
side, and we went, yeah, we went to Bryce Loss. Cause you know the
Yes,
riots and so on. People had to move from the villages where they're born and go
yes. So,
because of the strife that the politicians
listen,
created.
I just want to educate Guyanese. Take the headaches, go see a doctor. Don't, especially if they're stroke and they're, nothing named slight stroke. Because I
Yes.
will stroke out and get up and walk after, right?
My God.
So I
I'm
need
glad you
it.
shared it. What is the name of the Moya Moya, right?
Moya moya,
Moya
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 moya disease.
brain stroke, brain bypass.
Yes,
Brain
yes.
bypass. And after that, you are fully can read and see, comprehend, remember things, and so on.
No, it's like simple words and stuff. I still do it in therapy. Yeah, therapy and stuff.
My God. But can you remember things?
Yes, I remember. Yeah, as the brain heal, it'll get better.
Uh, but
Yeah, the
listen, keep
doctor.
in touch. You hear? And
Because I need to talk to you about the social security, and right now I'm fighting with social security disability
uh
because
huh.
when they see me, like nothing happened, and most moya moya patient got denied. So I don't know what's
I
going to
see your
happen.
point. Yes, and yes, I'm glad you mentioned that to me, because even if we have to get Congress to act, I'll talk to Congressman Meeks about this. He's our congressman.
That's what
The
I
present
really.
administration is trying to deprive a lot of things like Medicare and so on. A lot of
Guess
things are trying to
what?
cut out. Social Security
They
and all these kinds of
three
things.
three times I got denied. But my doctor said I live in Schenectady, right? And Albany is where all the rules and stuff. He said,
Yes, Albany. I was
right,
trying to become a
right,
senator. Yes, and our people didn't come
yes,
out and vote, and they robbed us. They allowed somebody who don't live in our district, Senator Dabo,
yes,
to
yes.
remain there. He live in our beach, and we fought for a district to have people like us, people of color.
I was
A
40
lot of
years
racism in this
old.
country.
I was 40 years old when I had multiple stroke in the brain,
Fought
right?
there.
And I live in USA. I work all my life. I am a citizen and everything. But one good thing, they didn't diagnose me with moya moya yet. It did, they start. I went to 5 year cognitive therapy, 3 year speech therapy. NYU teach me to go back to work. So I went back to work after after everything was, you know, I was cleared. Now I got moya moya disease.
Oh man,
So now, no,
that's very sad to hear. You have my deepest sympathy, my concerns. I will try
no,
my best to help you, and let's keep in touch. You hear?
yeah. Thank
Get
you.
up all the documents, all the bills, everything that we can make a case to them,
Yeah,
and all these medical records. Because not because something is not covered, that means that they can't expand or enlarge the cover. That's one thing with America. They always find solutions, and you got to push the right people to bat for you. The senators, the congressmen. I
yeah,
was trying to be one myself, and that's what our people
yeah.
don't understand. They feel that this was thing for hell Baldeo. And that is the problem with
No,
them. They never vote. They don't come out and vote. They always you always got bad things to say. Not all of them, but some of them. And sometimes you
yeah,
lose elections by a very small amount. They always have the
Right.
worst things to say and the worst things to talk about. And they have
Okay.
blighted our own community from advancing. But we have to continue to
Yeah.
fight.
So right now, if I can share moya moya disease to anybody in the Caribbean, even Guyana, because it's it's a progressing disease. It's 1 out of 100,000, but you never know. You know.
Yes, if it has any link to people of color from the Caribbean or women from Guyana, we have
Well,
to. It's a worthwhile scientific research.
I found two Guyanese already
Oh my
with
gosh.
moya moya
Women?
disease. Yes.
It could be something that's particular to our women also, you understand?
Yes. Yes. I found that at Trinidadian, I found
Oh my God.
Jamaican, everything, young people. Yeah. All right. Thank you for your time. And we're going to keep in touch.
Oh yes, definitely. And
Yeah.
no, keep talking. I just want to drink something and I'm coming back. Keep talking to the audience. Till I come back.
Yeah. So, guys, um, I'm not here to become famous. I just want to share my story so people will look for the symptoms.
It's filled with 8 grams of protein and it's made with real milk.
My symptoms were terrible headaches. I used to stroke out. Yeah. So anybody like headaches, go see a doctor. It took me 10 years before I get diagnosed with moya moya disease. Yep. And my surgery was 13 hours where they put donor's artery in my brain. Thank God, with the help of God and prayers and everything, I'm okay. So, any questions I can answer. My symptoms were terrible headaches. Yeah. Thanks, Baby Ali. Thank you so much.
Thank God for this internet because this social media, because we can then share ideas with each other as you have so kindly and wisely done,
My
Shamiza, letting people
my
understand and know what can happen to us. Like I said,
yeah.
flood, rain don't fall on one person door. My father
Yeah.
always tell me that. And you must be concerned because you never know when it's your turn. You never know what can happen to somebody. So everybody listen to this must pay attention and always check themselves up instead of
Yeah.
just a headache. You have to you have to do a CAT scan or X-ray or
Well, you remember I tell you 2015, I wake up and my whole right side, and I had strokes because I
yes.
was Bellevue Hospital,
My
and then they
gosh,
transferred me
Bellevue,
to NYU,
NYU
right?
prestigious university. Yeah.
Yeah, and they did all the scans, and they said I have a narrow artery in the brain,
Wow.
and when 10 years after now, I went in a my best friend passed away, and I went to Tampa, and I came back, and I stroke out, and I
Stroke
went
out.
straight to the neurologist, and they said no, 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 this can't be migraine headache, and they start back with all the tests, CAT scan, MRI,
Hmm.
brain angiogram, and they compare 10 years ago, and it was moya moya from the
Moya
beginning.
moya. First time I heard of it. You see, you learn something new every day. Don't let anybody tell you
Yes.
to know everything in this world. You learn something new every day. I never knew you
And
could have had a
moya moya
bypass
disease is,
brain stroke. I learned that today
yes,
from you. Thanks to you. And
yes.
when
And
the brain got affected, I'm so happy to hear you speak so forcefully and so strong. You're a living
yeah,
example of courage. You're a living example of strength, and I compliment you. You're an inspiration to the world. Because from the time you hear stroke, You don't know that somebody, unfortunately, is very weak and very incapacitated, and like you
Yeah.
were. But you have risen to a level now where you can speak. If you don't tell me that you had a brain stroke or brain this moya problem or the
Yeah.
heart the brain bypass, I would
Yeah.
have never known that you were a sick person. Now I know.
Yeah.
So you are
Yeah.
doing a great job of rehabilitating. While you're doing the therapy, you're doing the strength. You have the. I can see that you're a strong woman, and I compliment you. I can see that you're a person of faith, and that is
Yeah.
important. Inshallah, you're Muslim, no?
Yeah. Muslim.
Inshallah, yes. Allah will be with
My
you.
dad was the imam for
Imam for
Pleasant.
Pleasant. So we will know.
Yes.
When I left Guyana, I forget. But once I see the face, I will remember. And once I go a little deeper into the name, I just know. And once you tell me Pleasant's better, Hope, Riceless, those are Ogle,
Yeah.
Bon Repos,
Yeah.
and Georgetown, where I was had my law office, and I still got it there. My law office in Guyana. I gotta go and light up a fire there now. When I say so, I mean not I mean physically. I mean, I don't like the way that the bar association is handling these situations, and I come out and say nothing. There are lawyers there who live in good with who frighten who. That's
Well,
not how lawyers do. Lawyers are
my
this
thing,
custodians of
my thing
society.
in Guyana right now, I can't go in an airplane and stuff.
No, you
My
can't take
thing,
that. No, no, no. That don't make
yeah,
sense now.
my thing is to reach out to people in Guyana, especially if they're a stroke person and
Yes,
they're suffering from headaches. I'm not saying all the headaches going to be moya moya
I know what you mean,
disease,
but it's worthy of a
but
check. It has to be checked.
something is wrong.
And that is where I call upon a minister, if he's listening to this. He went to Queen's College with me. He was a few forms ahead of me. The minister there of health,
Yeah,
um, he must take note of all of these things, because if Guyana is to be a world class nation, our health systems have to be. That's the first thing we got to work on. You see, they got this tragedy there, and we got mixed systems in traveling and maritime vessels. Health system
yeah,
is worse because that's not showing 100 people drunk. These are people that
yeah,
die off daily and they go very easy and not really blow up like 100 people
yeah,
die in one big splash. That we our maritime vessels need to be
yeah,
monitored in aircrafts. But it doesn't mean that our health system is in a great place in Guyana. We need
yeah,
help there. We need better equipment. We got hospitals, we got infrastructure, yes, we got a building, but we don't have
yeah,
the equipment, and we got to get the doctors, and we got to bring the people in.
yeah.
That's one of the
Because
main
right,
reasons why
I
overseas guys don't want to go home, because if they
listen to
get
me.
injured.
Listen to me about my brain surgery. It's 13-hour surgery. You know how much it costs? 1 million
Oh my
US
God.
dollar.
Medicaid, emergency Medicaid.
Well, my insurance only pay half of it, right?
Hmm.
And right now I'm in court because, and I told my doctor I'm getting headache with this bills. He said, don't worry about it. They're going to give me emergency Medicaid because it's life and death situation, you know?
Hmm.
So
My God.
imagine if somebody in Guyana had to get the brain surgery, how what would happen?
Yes, we don't have the equipment there. I don't know, but standards have to be done. Someone just send me the right name. It's Frank Anthony. The minister's
Yeah,
name is Minister Frank Anthony. He's a QC boy. He's a good man. He's got to try now to get the equipment. I see we talked about some hospital over here, Beth Israel. I can't remember the name of it, Beth Israel Hospital, or one of them top hospitals over here. But calling the name of a hospital having some things is not the hospital going to Guyana.
I know.
We got to have a network and so on. We just can't say we
Then
have an alliance with so and
they
so.
have the brain scans. It's
Yes, you got to
CAT
get brain
scan.
scans, CAT scans, um,
All of these things that
EKGs.
I
You got to get this thing done even in the hinterland areas, in the
yeah,
BARIMA areas, all these rural areas, Berbice and Esquibo. You got to have
yeah,
equal opportunity for health, equal health improvements. You know,
yeah.
and
All
I
the
don't think we
hair
have reached that
people
stage, so we can't be like Dubai yet. I mean, people talking about Dubai and we can be this and we can be
yeah,
that. We are nowhere
the
near these
other
places
day
yet.
I heard on one flow show, right? There was a lady, She had 2 strokes and she had bleeding in the head.
Oh my
And
God.
she went to Georgetown Hospital, and the surgery going to cost 8 million
Oh
Guyana
Lord,
dollar.
8 million. Oh wow.
Yeah. And when she told when Flo asked her about, she said it's a scans, and yes, it's Georgetown Hospital, but it's the scans doesn't happen in Georgetown Hospital. You have to go private to get it done. So you see the
Yes,
situation.
private is not good because you're gonna pay an arm and a leg there, and somebody again. You cannot allow private people to take over the healthcare system. You got to be owned by the government. That's how America works.
They
Now
have
everybody can
the
get.
scan, but it's not
You
working.
cannot give exclusive contracts to hospital people and the Bill Bridge Road and medical equipment. And this is
No.
how the kickbacks and how the
For the
adding on comes
people
about.
with the dialysis.
Nobody
The
say you
people,
can't have private hospitals if people can afford it. Sure, like how you had Woodlands and all that. But your public hospital, your public for the public must be equipped with every single area, or you're not a developed country. You understand? So this is where Frank Anthony got to step up. This is where the cabinet got to step up. They got a lot of work to do in Guyana. The money's coming in. It's going in some consolidated fund. We're borrowing more money. I don't know what's going on here, but I don't see the money going in the right prioritized directions that it must go. And I have a problem with that.
yeah,
Now they got to stop that very quickly.
yeah.
So
Thank you
listen,
so
you
much.
be in touch and keep your documents, and I'm gonna try to see how best we can help you on this healthcare. And if you have to reach out to the state,
I, I mean, I don't need help, but I just want some laws and different things to happen, you know.
yes. And the way the lawsuit is going, does it sound like a judge will order the insurance company or whosoever is holder, the government, the state, or whosoever Medicare, to pay for your bills so that you're not saddled with that balance?
I talked to the doctor and he told me don't worry about it. It's an emergency surgery.
It was,
And
yes.
and there are people who don't he come from all parts the world without on legal,
Well,
and
that is
they
true. Yes, on the entirety emergency Medicaid, yes, undocumented. And some come here and have like bypass and very expensive operations. Some even come and have
yeah.
babies born here and so on. They were talking about that, but
So
those
I
children
will
born
say
here
don't
are born
worry.
Americans. So bless them,
Yes,
they are
yes.
born Americans.
He said don't worry about it. They will have
Then
to
free
find a
tickets, I must
way.
ask for a breakdown of the bills from the hospital. But when they get a breakdown, they can easily put in what they want there too. There's no way of verifying. Just like when them lawyers send out bills, those lawyers who charge by
Well,
the hour, they send
the
out
good
bills and they
thing,
pad them and put in all kind of charges that you don't know what
the
is what
good
and
thing
who's
about this
honest.
whole, this good thing about the whole story is I got my surgery. It's not like Guyana. I had to wait till the hospital bill paid and I get the surgery.
Right.
You know that. So everything went well. All right. Thank you for your time. We will keep in touch, and you'll let me know what's happening.
Oh yes, definitely. Yes.
Take care. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you and God bless you and stay strong.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. So there you have it, brothers and sisters. We were going through some issues there, and my deepest sympathy, my thoughts and prayers go out to Shemiza, and therefore we have to help her and pray for her also, because our problem is that these diseases, misfortune, tragedy, as we saw in Guyana with the MB BARIMA, can happen anytime. And apart from the negligence that was shown there, it's also a situation where we have to help each other out, share our pain, share our sorrows, um, and therefore we have to help each other, pray for each other, and also we have to take advice that she has said that we have to be able to help with these problems, get your checks and so on. So we have to continue to keep thinking, keep exchanging ideas, and making sure that we can that we can you know be each brothers and sisters keeper. So that's the whole idea here about disease, misfortune, national tragedy. MV Barima has taught us that we're all human, we're all in the same boat, so to speak, no pun intended. And just like how that ship went down with everybody, just like how COVID attacked everyone, just like how we suffer the same legionnaires attack as human beings, we all have to be each brother, each sister, and brother's keeper. So, brothers and sisters, I want to make sure you share the live. I'm going to end very soon. That you continue. We're going to have a wrap up. And probably I should try to get people in earlier before I do my thing. Um, so let me bring in Anand Kishore. He wants to come on. I'll follow him first. And remember, Anand, we want you to stick to the topic here of Guyana, brother. About Guyana, I know you're a prominent figure in the community and you're well known, well liked. Um, but also make sure that we stick on message here. So, Anand, I think you're on now. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, brother. How you doing? We're trying to shed some light, and I understand your views on the Republican Party and President Trump, and I know you're a great fan of President Trump. As a matter of fact, I told him to call President Trump, the Guyana people, ambassadors, and ask him about this Exxon 2%, because right now President Trump is telling Exxon that they're too greedy. Must put on your camera, brother, so that way we can see you.
What's going on?
I see you were dancing up just now and so on at one of the events there. I didn't know you were such a good dancer. You come on there with the camera? Yeah, you're a big man. You know, I want people to see you, you know?
You guys,
Camera.
well, I was saying, namaste.
Namaste, sit right here now. I'm taking camera, but I'm not seeing you coming on. The camera, you got to turn on your camera.
It's on.
Oh, wait, let me see. So I'm not seeing you.
I guess I'm not that good looking.
No, but why I'm only seeing you on the thing here? I'm not seeing you on the camera. You can invite to turn on the camera. Oh, I got to tell it to come on the camera. Let me see. They say I can invite you in a few minutes from now. In 17 seconds. Let me see if 17 seconds pass. I don't know why TikTok has all these restrictions.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why President Trump was right to put in pressure on them.
Yeah. But they did open up a lot and so on too, you know. So, I mean, they wanted the popular people now. Okay, we sent an invitation to turn on your camera.
It's on. Can you see me?
I'm seeing your logo, but I'm not seeing you. Um,
Yeah. Live, go live, boom, boom, boom. But even if people don't see me, you can hear me though, right?
yes, I'm hearing you loud and clear. So go ahead.
Alright. Council, district leader, or
Yes.
district leader, It's good to know you're having you on this platform, you're able to bridge the connection with the diaspora. But I'm out of concern. I was listening to someone earlier during I think it was a pastor or reverend or something you call him.
An apostle, yes.
Apostle. Folks are saying, I'm not defending the PP government. I'm not defending the PNC government. I'm not bashing the PNC. I'm not bashing the PP. But when Guyanese were under previous administration, right, as PNC or APNO, in comparison of progresses and development, there is no second when it comes to people. But there are great concern pertaining to the level of blatant corruption
or favoritism, it is there. Both parties, both administrations have elements that are of major concern based on their blatant displays and knowledgeable of their actions and their doings. As a Guyanese living abroad, I still, as I say, my umbilical cord, my navel string buried here. I'm a proud Guyanese. I don't have nothing against anyone's race, ethnicity, nationality, or cultural or religious background. When the present head of state was a minister within the government as a housing and water or whatever ministry it was in, there were a great degree of favoritism of the acquiring of land by certain people. I'm not against Islam. I'm not against Hindu. I'm not against that. But most of his people who acquired lands and titles were people from his religious background. Are you there with me?
Yes, yes, I'm hearing you.
There's, I know of a few Muslim friends who are from the west coast of the Emirat, where those folks who had benefited, they're speaking ill against him now. But they say they had benefited a lot from him as a minister within the housing ministry. Under PPP, as Chetty, the late great Dr. Chetty Jagan, God bless his soul, God bless his principles. Despite, in the eyes of many Indians, he didn't do much for them, but he still did a lot for Guyana and Venezuela.
Cherry
Many
Jagger.
Indians today, many Indians today are bashing PNC or Bonham. But I want to say one thing today. If it wasn't for Bonham, lots of Indians would never get rich or never see America. Because Bonham created an opportunity for them to migrate. But Bonham once said, and I believe in his principle, eat what you grow or eat what you plant. He believed in the soil. And in Guyana now, all they're doing is building fancy house, big hotel, they're destroying the land for what? For housing. Agriculture is the backbone of Guyana's economy. Agriculture. At one time, Guyana was the breadbasket of the Caribbean. I don't know if you know that term.
Oh
It
yes,
was
yes,
once
definitely we heard. That's the term that Guyana had. Yes, in the
Guyana was
70s, 60s.
under Bonham. Guyana was a breadbasket
Yes, I've heard
for the
that
Caribbean.
term used. Yeah,
Guyana was a breadbasket.
we were respected then
Un-
too. We were the breadbasket.
yeah. Unfortunately, now Guyana is a calendar, a stray now. Everything leaking out
Hmm.
because they turn the direction of concerns in a different direction because they they forsake the soil for the oil. Rice farmers today are crying blood based on the cost of production and harvesting compared to the price of what they've been paid for the paddy, for the produce. Next thing you know, they kill the sugar. They blame PNC of destroying the sugar industry. PNC didn't destroy the sugar industry. Corrupt regime like they had a guy there, Raj Singh, who was doing a big. He became an instant millionaire.
Is that the ambassador now to United Kingdom? They made him ambassador, Dr. Raj Singh.
Yes,
He was head of the PPP group here in New York, right?
yes, he is the one who na- fired the late great Narvin Chandapal wife from the ministry. He didn't work hard
Indra, I think her
as a
name is
backup.
Indra Chandapal. Yeah, I think so.
Yes, he
Mhm.
victimized her. You know, these Johnny Comley, all these soup drinkers as PPP supporters, they're all opportunists over here. They got a group they call it ACG. All these sort of people are recognized. And when they have meetings and indoor, all these sort of circles of person, the businessman for liberty and the big money guys, only the ordinary grassroots person are kept out from that from those visiting those
I
visits.
think he was the
On the
president of that group, isn't it? ACG, I think it was. Or
he was part of it.
oh, he was part of it. Yeah.
It is sad to see Indian people are so many Indians are so complacent. We have to wake up. I must take my hats off to the blacks. They have unity. Blacks have unity. But some of them use their unity in a different direction to create chaos and unrest. Some of them are doing it peacefully, some of them do it very violently. Hats off to there's a difference between intelligence and intellectual. And there's a big difference between ignorance and arrogance. But when ignorance and arrogance are incorporated, all hell breaks loose.
Right. To the worst attributes. Yes.
Yes. Now, recently, when there's a disaster that hits Guyana, many Guyanese overseas here are trying to get in the limelight. Some are organizing candlelight vigil. Some are saying, but if some of those victims who have passed away and reach out to them on Facebook or social media and ask them for $100, send out, they put a blind eye and deaf face on them. Today, in the human society, especially Guyanese, they capitalize on one's tragedy so they could profiteer or they can get mileage with their ego. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, I've seen that going around. What we have been doing, and this is just an
Look, for
aside,
example,
is try
a
to
lot of
help the
Guyanese,
victims directly in Guyana. Those who have suffered, over 100 people, they need the help, right? Because nobody, the Bar Association Guyana, and nobody's coming forward to help these people to get compensation. And like somebody said, if there's a 6-year-old, how are you going to get them food? How are you going to get them education? How are you going to clothing? Only money can do that. Monetary compensation, counseling for their losses, like a lady there who came on and had that problem with the brain. This can affect everybody. We need systems in place, right? I understand and I respect the candlelight dinner, vigils, but I call for more action in terms of helping these people who are the
good.
victims, in Guyana. And the
Still,
government needs to come forward and show that love and start helping these people. We need to see material things being done, not only funeral expenses, but enough
yeah.
money to feed, clothe, house them, and bring them into place. Like you talk about the house land and building hotels, give them house land so they know that they can have a home, give them a house, start to build what their parents would have given them who died. They over this 100 people, Kishore. These are people who need help.
Number one, look, for example, when this clown was running for a political position, I don't know if it was on a city local government or on a federal level. The guy with a turban on his head.
Oh, Japanese thing.
Where the hell is he now when they with the BARIMA boat tragedy? All these dumb Guyanese coolies that live in Queens just jump on the bandwagon for fame and recognition. We look good on TV and social media. We are there right now with him. He never ever turned up because I confronted him one day in Smoky Bar. And some of the Guyanese coolies was mad with me. I told him and I said to him, why are you doing this one? I said you are capitalizing and monopolizing on the Guyanese diaspora in this community here just to get your political mileage.
Well, that's a good point you made because, and I'll tell you something, a lot of those people will vote for him. But if a Sikh run and you're going to ask them for their vote, when we run and we're going to ask them for their vote to help us, not that they have any candidates running, they don't give us that vote because they feel it's something in their mind or a caste system or a mentality that we are not part of them. Although we are the ones who fight and protect them and are being beaten up by the Italians on racial grounds and so on, we stand up for them, stand up for get respect for them. When time comes up for them to support the own Indian people whose heritage is in India, they don't give it to us. But yet our people and our women also sponsor them for the green cards and sponsor them and live with them and then they bring a real bride from India. So our people are part of the blame here too, Anand, because they are part of the exploitation. They encourage it. And they're the ones who belittle themselves and sell themselves low. You know, many Sikh folks going to these bars looking for Indian women to have a good time with because they feel that these are chattel. These are people we can use, you know, and they can get married green card through them too.
Some of these Guyanese coolie women, because say it straight, let me start around. You Guyanese have Guyanese. Because some of these Guyanese coolie women, they dumb, they don't see more far than their lustful desires and the greed for money. They are selling themselves very so low to this Indian man. Some of them for aspiration gonna kill you like a skunk.
I hear your point. Yes, they're looking for money too. Yes, they're not doing the right thing too.
When some of we Guyanese Indian men approach these women, they look at us with a scorn. And some are we are properly dressed and well groomed and well taken care of. And you go see with some of them, oh my God. You should, I got name a spot you go see them back in the days. Kaicho restaurant was the paradise to them.
The one on Lefferts there.
That was a nest to them. That was a nest to the Indian man for trap the Guyanese dumb bully women there.
By the bar there.
Yes.
Lefferts and Jamaica.
Yes. Then I see they start branch up at different Guyanese clubs and bars now. And targeting the Indian women them. Buying them a couple of beer and a couple of drinks, and next you know, well, some of these Guyanese women like close clip. As soon as you press the head, the legs open.
I hear your point that our people are also to blame for that lack of pride and you know.
It is very sad too to see the mentality of our Guyanese Indian female, not only Guyanese, West Indian females. It is very, very. Sometimes as a Hindu Indian, I'm ashamed and embarrassed to identify myself as a Guyanese Indian and a Hindu. Look what is going on to our Hindu community today. Based on one's sexual orientation, other than being straight, the gay and lesbian are taking advantage because of these dumb pandit, these so-called pandit we got in it, you know, as leaders and our Hindu community leaders. Muslims do not tolerate that gay and lesbian business. I'm not against anyone who are gay or lesbian. I don't have a that's their preference. But do not allow it in our temples or house of worship to make them take demand and take them become a priority. Make their beliefs a priority and forsake the principle of Hinduism. In Africa, it is not tolerated. Our Hindus, our so-called Hindus, ambassadors that they have in America, it's very, very, very questionable and alarming. It's very questionable and alarming. You should see what's going on in the community here. How can we have a nice, good Indian cultural program and someone who calls himself gay and lesbian going to take precedent as a cultural ambassador? I'm not homophobic. I'm not, but there are times and place. I know at one time I was in I was in a club in downtown Manhattan, and I said, like, I just came to the country. I said, let me just take a walk inside. You know, the person said to me, if you're not gay, you can't be in here. I said, sorry, sir. I know, I didn't know. I said, I just came to the country. I didn't know what was the nature of the club. But I had already understand what is gay and lesbian. I know that from back home. But I said, sorry. I said, okay. I said, fine, no problem. I said, I have nothing against that. If that's your rules, that's your principle, I respect that. And I walk away. We shook hands. Was a big, strong black guy. He's gay. We shook hands. He said, you respect me, and I respect him for that. That was 2000, 2002. I came here in 2001, and I was in Manhattan one night in 2002. And I can recall that happening. But I come back to the point is that, with the recent tragedy that took place in Guyana, I was told there is a vessel that the Guyana government acquired or received from some other foreign nation. I don't know if it was India or what nation.
Yes, India. The Melissa.
That vessel was being used for social entertainment by the present administration and the Madam First Lady. And it's sad now, the opposition leader, when they and the present administration were best of buddies, he was part on that ship on a celebration, popping champagne and stuff. Guyanese need to remove racism or racist mentalities for the progression of Guyana. For Guyana to progress further, we have to remove racial differences, hatred, and racism. We have to eliminate that from our mentality.
Yes.
That's the major hurdle. That's the first hurdle, and that's the major hurdle in Guyana's political arena and atmosphere. Racism and hatred. A Kuliman might not like a black man might not like a Kuliman. That's not right. If we can move forward, we have to go where we see progress, development, and visions
Yes.
that can enhance people's life, social living, and their ability to propel forward with progress in a positive direction. That's the party or government you want to side with. Not that one gonna destroy it. One that will build, that's gonna build. I'll be honest with you, hats off to the government. People say this bridge is Jagdev Bridge. It's not Jagdev Bridge. The bridge was named after him. People hate Jagdev so bad. I'm gonna take my hats off to Jagdev. He has a lot. He is a visionary. He modernized and developed Guyana, but unfortunately, lots of people did not get the equal share or the any a cut or a pie, a pie. I would say it's a segment of the cake, because only chosen people and preferable people are benefiting. Look, for example, the Chinese are destroying Guyana completely. Our forestry is being raped by foreigners. Our forestry is being raped by foreigners. Our gold, our natural resources are all being raped by foreigners. That's why Barnum was right. Nationalize.
Yes. Give me my
Barnum
fair
said
share,
nationalize. Every man get a fair share.
especially the Guyanese people.
And it's sad to see the mentality of between the PNC and the PP. There are certain segments in America and other overseas nations creating the same racist mentality. There's an individual in Brooklyn who created racial division. I'm not ashamed to say this, Rick Ford. He was creating this racial this racial motive and threats. Fellow Guyanese of both black and Indian origin, or Guyanese of all background, we need to think constructive, productive, and very intelligent and move forward because we have to see vision. Even except the blind man that cannot see, he uses the power of other senses to move forward in the right direction.
Yes.
A blind man. So I wish that my fellow Guyanese of all background eliminate hatred and racist mentalities so we can propel forward in unity.
Yes.
You say unity and diversity.
And have the people of Guyana in mind and let it be there. So thank you very much, Brother Anand. Always a pleasure, sir. And on that great note, salam, and let's be in touch.
And namaste.
And namaste, Sitaram.
You personally experienced the effed up mentality of Guyanese Indian in your own community. You did a lot for them, and some of them give you the finger in your face and behind your back.
Yes, it's a very ungrateful. Yes, it's very hard.
Despite you work tirelessly, I
Yes.
know you have a passion for the political arena
Right.
in our community.
I knew that is the only way to assert our ourselves. You know, I knew that's the only way to gain that recognition.
And unfortunately, they say the definition of Indian is crab. And you break it down, there's a difference between Indian and Kuli. Kuli, as it is said, Kuli are crabs. They tend to pull you down. When you try to go top, they pull you down. Despite you work in the best of interest.
And they just badmouth you and have small-minded stuff to talk about you. Yes, that's a problem. They call it the foot and mouth disease.
Yes, I do experience it. I just get a lot of work. People call me for a lot of job, and next, some other DJs and other MCs bash me, and it's coming back to my ears by the clients. Yeah, but
you have experienced that in your own field. I understand, brother.
Yeah.
But you can't let that keep you down. You know you're a good man. You're gifted. You're talented. You're well respected, and you continue to do what you got to do.
The Jamaican singer said, "You can't keep a good man down, no matter how they try."
Yes,
the only that can keep it down is myself or God.
Right. Is that Bob Marley?
No. I forget what the name of the singer though.
Oh. Bob Marley has sang a lot of songs. They're relating to those types of themes, of mankind and so on. Rat race and
one of the greatest singer that has and that had a tremendous messages that even still lived on to today. And it was deep and philosophical is Bob Marley.
Oh yes. The words live on.
Yeah.
The inequality of man and humanity of man. And that's why he's a champion and he'll always live on.
Yeah. Look, for example, look at this goddamn stupid singers where you got singing Chinese song. Rum this, rum that. Rum this, rum that.
Rum till they die. Yeah, there's no message, and it's a sort of like a pull down of your own people and things like that. And a stereotyping that they're all drunkards and rum suckers. Rum suckers. That's a point. Good point.
They are gravitated. They vacuum themselves to that degree of ignorance by these people. And even play a nice Bob Marley, as I said, one of the greatest singers ever come out of the Caribbean is Bob Marley. His messages were tremendously philosophical, deep, and
yes.
had a great meaning. He was a visionary.
Yes. And that is why up to today, he's so revered and talked about. He put us on the map. And when I see him, I've lived in Jamaica, studied there and so on, University of West Indies and so on, but I've never seen Jamaicans as different from me. Jamaicans are like part of my heritage. They're very strong people. They stand up, they fight, they don't take nonsense. And I think the Guyanese people can learn a lot from Jamaicans in that sense.
And they're very supportive. They're
very supportive of each other. Trinidadians too. They have a good clan set in. Guyanese are the ones who tend to pull each other down, but I don't see that amongst other Caribbean people.
Even in the Guyanese black community, the Guyanese Indian community, I go to a lot of blacks events. The blacks don't really come out and support their own black local artists. The Indians, same thing with the Indians out here. From since I know Guyanese, they're so blasted foreign minded. They're foreign minded. We need to support our own with all due respect to all other nationals, artists, artists of different nationality. We respect them. But Guyanese need to come and support their own people. But
Exactly.
not support the one that sings something very constructive and effective that can uplift our life and help us to move forward.
And the lyrics of our songs, like you just mentioned, got to be much more, uplifting, much more inspirational. Not make like you know, low whatever. I
Yeah.
don't want to call songs like Loti Lal or what have you. But some people just a dance down song. It's nothing inspirational, nothing uplifting, nothing that can put us somewhere. It's just like you said, rum and roti.
Yeah. Give yourself. Look
Yeah,
at
no.
India today. In India, they do not have the quality of people writing song and singing song, lyricists and singers. Back in the days, Ananji, Kalyanji, and those other great composers, writers, lyricists, and musicians, they don't have the quality today.
Yeah, that's true.
And the quality of Bollywood movies is stupid too right now to present. Unfortunately, it's sad to see. I don't know what the future lies for this beautiful planet Earth. It is God so designed. The miracle and the works of God is so amazing. He chose planet Earth for us to survive as human beings. And it's sad to see human beings are questionable creatures that God put on earth. Many of them, or
Hmm.
many of us. Many of us. We are very
Yes.
destructive. We are very destructive to Mother Earth, and we are very
And
destructive
destroying
to
the
our fellow
planet, our
mankind.
own existence, huh?
Yes.
Every day we have to fear that as we roll from top to bottom as we go closer and closer to some kind of self-destruction, the way
I'm
things are
gonna
in
tell you
power
one thing.
hungriness. Yeah.
For me as an individual, I avoid urine on the earth. When I urine, I prefer to urine on the concrete or on the even do that. I don't like the on the actual mother on actual earth. I try not to urine, and I try not to urine on a tree. I try my best not to urine on the earth or urine on a tree. We have to respect Mother Nature. This beautiful God plan that God created our house. Earth is our biggest house, and we have to cherish it and protect it.
Yes.
But sadly,
One
the level
Earth.
of ignorance that human being existing under is very questionable for the future of this beautiful planet.
Yes, that's
But
true.
nevertheless, I wish you all the best and good on your ventures, on your motives, on your agendas, and your issues
Yes, we
that you
put it
would need to
together a
address.
lawsuit called a class action lawsuit. As you know, I practice law in Guyana also. And
Yeah.
this hundred and something people here that we have to ascertain that it died, that it was due to the negligence of the government. The Guyana government is a party to be sued, the Attorney General, not in their personal capacities, but that is how the law works. The Transport and Harvest Department, MARAD, all these layers of government are responsible for the deaths of these people. There may be criminal charges, and that's the director of public prosecutions. I don't agree with just charging three people.
As a matter of concern, it was a negligence from the operator, from the engineer to the captain, or was it the boat developed a malfunction on his journey?
But that is why the
I didn't
history,
follow it up purely.
and that's a good
Uh,
point because it's evidence is emanating that a captain who is a chief person in this whole case, a chief witness, who would say a star witness. He captained his boat for 12 years, and he telling me he's not going to drive this boat anymore. God, this boat is a weight in his ass, is a tomb. It's gonna kill people. They had that in their knowledge, and like we talked about the MV Melissa, sorry, that they have, and they didn't use it for help the poor people, but they had parties, and we said various high functionary people. They're all involved in this recklessness and negligent behavior. So when you got that kind of evidence looking at that, and you couldn't even build a wharf to dock this $12 million boat you buy from India, and you can't even make a wharf to dock it, and you said, well, you can't go to Barima because Barima got docked. You know, you're making excuses and you're carrying on a side business at the taxpayers' expenses, and it's turned out these 100 people have died. And you followed the history of this thing, you would have prevented those deaths. That is where liability lies with the government, and very sick. And then
Here,
the ministers coming out and saying, "Oh, it's a tragedy and a wave this," and you know, I mean, like you like the barefaced to other people. Then barefaced excuses. That's only aggravating the situation, as if
yeah,
people
I
don't
know.
have a sense. You know what I mean? You insult the injury.
They think people are dumb.
Exactly. You disrespect a man's intelligence. I tell you, are you like me? I dealt with the grassroots. Never underestimate the grassroots. They are the brightest people because they see and they perceive. Never think you could pull the eyes. They're even smarter than people who got PhDs and all these kind of things. Respect their common intelligence and their road sense. Because that is playing out right now where ministers and so on are shouting at them and embarrassing them and criticizing them and harassing them. You know, and the people know what
Two,
happened, you know? Guys are not
two great,
stupid.
a great infrastructure that been neglected is that Britain Georgetown Ferry selling route.
Yes, all
It is
these
sad to
routes,
see.
yes.
It is sad and sickening to see they allow that that's to infrastructure to go down in a
Yes.
deplorable condition.
And those are lifelines of the economy. These are the
Yeah,
agricultural wealth of the country right there, or a lot of it.
and it's sad to see they allow both PNC and PPP allow those two structures to go down like that. I used to remember the days when they used to cross it with Makoro, with the gangway up on the upper level, they gotta come down now.
Yes.
They need to restore and restructure those systems, man.
Yeah, I traveled
And
in
take
those
off the
boats. It was nothing like safety issues there. You know, people run the boat professionally. They have a master, the crew. They're all professional people. You know, it's not like
number
this
one.
hustle that's going on right now with these people.
Look in America. America legalized marijuana. It's a form of drugs. It is an intoxicant. Understand? They allow intoxicate you
And
to a level.
painkillers too, right?
Yeah. Now, Guyana, the PNC want to legalize marijuana. Legalize marijuana and the level of ignorance across it. PNC trying hard for that bill to pass for the longest while. Why would you want to legalize marijuana in Guyana? People are drinking and driving. Number one, no, there are too many young people behind the wheels, inexperienced, acquiring a license in a jiffy time.
Rich people, kids.
Like in rich people kids. In America, you could be the president son or whatever, a prime minister or councilman, or you have to go through the system the right way.
Yes,
There
you
are
they
too
lock
many
you up.
loopholes. Number one, Guyana need to fix its loopholes.
Yes, these social loopholes. If you know somebody, you get protection. If you're somebody's son or somebody's daughter, or people that go on the same militia, there's a white wear whites and have wine and champagne, and the poor man, the
Yeah.
poor Amerindian, and the poor people that need this vote in the MV Barima, they can't get the same thing. And like I said, there's this food for carry the food for put on the table.
Well,
They put roller inside the ship and tell the people you can't carry your provision and your food. I mean, you know, I mean, this is poor people you're talking about, brother. This is a guy and he's equal to anybody else. How are you gonna treat them like this? You
and
know?
what became of that boat? No, Lady Kimbia, MV Kimbia, MV Kimbia. That was a big vessel used to fly that route.
I know the vessel, but that was the one before, right? And that's why you're
MV
saying
Kimbia.
what you're saying makes sense. What I need to do is to dry dock, not dry dock, but at least to monitor and go on all these vessels and ensure the way they're carrying the safety mechanisms, the anchor, all these speedboat, all these life jackets they have, and make it mandatory. You put on a life jacket when you go in there, put it on, and you sit on your seat and you cong them and you sign whosoever there on these sheets. So you have manifest, you have situations where you know who's on the ship, you know. Right now they
No,
don't
hear
even
me,
know who
sir.
died.
No, in America too, I want to tell you something. I go on the Staten Island ferry, okay, for the fun of it. Just a sightseeing, I just go across Staten Island and come back. Sometimes I drive my vehicle or ride my bicycle to the city and go on it for the fun of it. But think about it. In America too, they do not have that system where everyone is accounted for. himself on the city buses, on the city trains, there is no proper accountability of an individual or individuals who are flying or commuting on those forms of transportation. There's no database or no nothing. You just got your Metro card and you swipe and you go your way. There's no registered system. So we cannot compare that to being in
Well, that's a
Guyana.
good point. Perhaps
Guyana
New
is so
York
different.
City's got to, yes, that's a good point you made because safety is something, especially with all the attacks in the subways. Perhaps there's some kind of identification feature with your card when you go in there, so you know exactly who's there. I guess
Yeah.
they are the only wait until there are explosions or bombs and so on, then they start to tighten up. But
You
I
know,
hear you. That's a valid point where they should have accountability and manifestation of all those who enter a vehicle with public transportation. Yes.
when systems are implemented after a tragedy or a situation, an irreversible situation takes place. Because after a situation occurs, then they implement a system. And it only short-lived for a moment, and after that, you go and die dead again. So everything just exists after a short. You see, after the 9/11, they had the TSA came out here and started doing their stuff.
Yes. A wake up
Then they
call.
implement. So it is sad to see around the world, not only in America or Guyana, or anywhere around the world, systems are being implemented after a serious or irreversible tragedy takes place at the expense of one's loss and family grieving or grievances. Then a system is being put in place and it happens to just exist temporarily. After time, thing go back here, go back to square one.
Yes. Then
You know,
accountability starts, eh?
yes. So on on the ferry, I since in the 70s till up to when I went back to Guyana recently, I traveled on the ferry. The life jackets are there, but nobody don't use it. It's on the ferry, but it is mandatory with the speedboat, the outboard, the water, I call it the water cars. And before the boat leaves the port, everyone has to be strapped on a life jacket with the speedboat. But with the big boat, it's not mandatory. But I know for sure with the maritime system, and forget what they call it because Coast Guard, or the guys that was built there, every boat they check, and instead of the captain and operators of the boat, that make sure and ensure that all passengers adhere with the safety rules or comply with the safety requirement. Put on your life jacket. I done.
Yes.
I tried the one and I got them said you have to put on your life jacket.
Which is good, yeah, the
So
speedboats. So I remember those speedboats. I used to go to Bartic and the whole port there and so on and
yeah,
there. And there's some experts who came out, Middleton, Guyanese, who's now like an expert in maritime law. He should be part of the commission. He talked about how you got regulations for the smallest crafts like we just talked about, but you don't have the regulations for the bigger boats like MV Barima and Kimby and these things. And, they should be across the board. It's not a 10-ton jacket you put it on. It's a light, something that can save your life. What is wrong with putting it on? And you sit on back, like how I put on his suit. This jacket, you
no.
put on a life jacket. Even if you're in the bigger boats or the bigger ships,
Look, look for example, when you go on the plane, it is required, mandatory. You have to put on your seatbelt. You have to buckle up.
Yes.
Even if you're driving your vehicle and as long as you sit in the front seat, you have both passengers, driver and passenger, in the front seat.
Right.
Seatbelt is mandatory.
We got to go along these lines, and whether it's a developing country or it's a developed country, there's always humankind always makes mistakes, as you know, Anand, and therefore we have to continue to fight and continue to bring out suggestions. I know that you're a
But
very bright man, and you brought some good suggestions here tonight. So we're going to continue. When we continue, feel free to come on, and I will glad to have you again,
uh,
sir.
I want to say thanks for your hospitality for accommodating me on this platform of, of TikTok, where I can be able to shine some light and gain some knowledge. And my sincere best of wishes to the person who experiencing
The brain
that
tumor, the
health,
brain bypass.
yeah, the
First
brain
time I heard of it,
brain condition.
Chamisa. Yes, I
Yeah,
was very, very. I learned something
yeah.
tonight. You know.
I,
And
I, I
you
never
know
know.
what? I remembered you, and I don't want to go into your personal details because you haven't given me permission to talk about it.
Oh
But
no, I don't have a problem. You go ahead. Feel free. Feel free.
everybody, my
On
brother had one too, not the doctor, the engineer, and so on. And everybody at some stage in life gonna come across something that will baffle us or
I'll be
something. It's
honest.
human.
I want to tell you. I mean, my sickness, not on private about my sickness, because I will never hide my sickness or conditions. You know why? Because someone who has knowledge about it and able to shine some light to me. I'll be honest with you. I had a heart surgery.
Well, I'm glad you
But
said
my
it, and you
liver,
bravely said it because there's nothing to hide. Everybody, some say it's, well, I think a large percentage of people once you've turned 70 or over 75 or over a certain age, you can have it. And many younger people, even than themselves,
oh,
have had that.
yeah,
Some that even get the
some,
remedy and they die. So what about them now, poor people? They
yeah.
they want to
So,
check up, they want to do it.
and number one, and next thing too, people are very tight-lipped about sharing information or tending to enhance someone's health situation and condition.
Or the community's benefit. Yes, that
Yeah,
happens a lot in our community, especially if you got suicide or you got people got domestic violence. They don't talk about it, and I don't know where are people going to start learning that these are not things to hide. These are diseases. These are illnesses. These are public things that happen to every single society. We're not alone. And
I know.
everybody's gonna get
I,
sick someday.
I
Everybody,
have a
and
friend.
everybody gonna
I
die.
had a friend. I have a very good female friend. She was very suicidal. I tell you, before you do that, you have kids involved. You have yourself. You have a future ahead of you. Do not do such or entertain such thoughts. I told her, your life has a value. Your kids have a value.
Of
Life
course.
has value. And also, despite in itself, you do something stupid and you still survive the situation. You attempt and you survive the situation. You have to live with that guilt. Think before. I'm not ashamed to say that publicly. When my wife and I divorced, separated, when my wife and I separated, I'm going to say it loud and publicly. Many negative thoughts came to me. But when I do the thought process, before I execute with my ignorance, my consciousness was the one that enhanced my thought process to say, weigh out the negative from the positive.
All
I
right.
was
So,
able
and
to,
then apparently I got a message from TikTok that I got to remove any talks of mental illness. I don't know. It seems to be some restriction. So, my brother, thank you very much. Good night tonight, and we'll talk later. Here, God bless you, and
I
nice
wish you
talking
all
to
the
you.
best.
I don't know
Sorry,
why
sorry,
that
sorry
thing
if I
came up.
distracted. Sorry.
So, brothers and sisters, my apologies to Anand, my good friend Anand Kishore, top DJ in this community. What happened? Apparently, there was some meta talk about mental health illnesses, and I don't know if TikTok has a ban on that. Apparently, they do have, or whatever, but we were putting it in context to help people. So I guess sometimes these communications have to be um, refined or what have you, in what way that when some words are come up and we discuss it in a positive manner, that it does not send any messages that we will be disconnected. So I'm sorry that that happened to Anand and to the viewing audience. Um, but TikTok sent something that they want to disconnect us. So not our, so we hope we can move on now. So I want to wrap up now and share the live, send it to people, join the link. So next time we'll be able to bring commentary, bring facts, bring developments to as I've done. I want to just rehash and just summarize what we were talking about tonight. We were talking about ICE, protect yourself against ICE, immigration raids. Do not open your door. You have a right not to open your door. If they have a warrant, ask them to see it. Let them slide it under the door. If it's not signed by a judge, you don't have to open your door. Secondly, you have the right to an attorney. You don't have to sign any documents, sign your life away, or deportation. Your freedom is America, and you have a right to an attorney. Remember your rights. Even these rights you have to exercise on the roads. If you're stopped by police or car, you have a right to remain silent. People come ask you to the FBI and so forth. Drug enforcement. People come and harass you. Bidding inspectors also. You have a right not to open your door. And you don't have a right to let them in because they're not coming to give you anything. They're coming to give you a violation or they're coming to disrupt your life. And America provides good laws, great constitutional laws to protect you from those kinds of infiltration and those sorts of things on your life. Okay? Now, secondly, we have talked about the MV BARIMA tragedy. We called for justice. We called for immediate compensation. Let's talk to Mr. Kishore, Anand Kishore, well-known man in this community, well-respected, top DJ. We told Anand that me and him talked about this, that there must be immediate compensation to the people. You just can't give them funeral expenses and play like you know them. These are our children. These are God's children. These are Guyanese. They may be poor people. They may be people from the rural community. They may be the first settlers of Guyana. They may be what you call Amerindians. And some people call them the other word, which I don't want to talk about. Not because they're not rich people or they're not well connected that you're going to take advantage of them. No, you've got to take care of them. There must be greater accountability in the government. There must be an audit of all these vessels and what's going on, all these projects given out by the government. We talked about the wharf. We talked about some $1 million can be accounted for and how the one guy take down the wharf and he started to build it. This individual, Parameshwar Jagmohan, the Port Kaitum was telling, and the 1.4 billion Guyana dollars, 1.4 billion Guyana dollars was spent on that. And then another firm came and scrapped that and then started build again. And 100 people died. And up to now, the MV Lisa cannot replace the MV Barima. Brothers and sisters, you can't run a country like that. You can't run it with kickback and people taking bribes and people doing this. We also talked about the fact that Minister Edgell should resign and or not be part of the government anymore. If I was president in Air Finale, I would ask him to step aside while this investigation is going on, or I will fire him. Because on top of that, you had situations coming out which said that he also threatened somebody, threatened another member of parliament, and told him these words that he will deal with him at the appropriate time and that he would have to run for cover, which is like a threat to kill him or a grievous bodily harm. You cannot, as a minister, assume onto yourselves those powers. You're not above the law. You can't be prosecuted for that. I'll be called for justice in that in Ghent also. We condemn the declaration of agreement for the MV as a memorial site, MV Barima offshore. That vehicle, thankfully, President Ali, we thank you for that. We compliment you on that singular aspect that you've made a decision to bring it home. We, however, do not condone the fact that you're going to spend more money when Exxon is there. Tell Exxon to bring it home. Tell Exxon to lift the vessel up. Tell Exxon that you're taking our oil. You got equipment out there. You got millions, billions of dollars of equipment out in that ocean right nearby in the basin right there with the oil basin. And once you bring out our gold and you make your billions, you should also bring up our ship. Secondly, have your people talk to President Trump, the ministry, the cabinet, the foreign secretary, the commerce secretary there. Have them reach out to them and say, President Trump, let us get more than 2% because he's just told Exxon and Chevron that you're gouging people, you're making too much money, you're exploiting people. And in that context, that the president tells his own American companies that we need more than the 2% you're giving us, that is your best fighter. That is your best ally. President Trump is a no-nonsense individual. He's very strong-minded. And if you tell them, well, listen, you got to give the people more, you better believe that they're going to bring up more. Exxon is going to be brought to the table to give us more than the 2%, which all of the governments who wanted to come into office said, we're going to rewrite the contract. None of you ever did so. Now the playing field is open. Now you have fertile ground. Now you must send your ambassadors and your representatives to canvass and cajole the American president and the cabinet and the ministers and commerce and so on, the Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of State, Mr. Honorable Marco Rubio. Sir, time to revise that agreement and advise them. When he says advise, he's actually telling them that unless you give the people of Guyana more than a 2% President Ali, we're going to be squeezing you. We're going to be doing things on your arrangements here with other commerce that can affect your business and your bottom line. So give the people more. So try it, pick up the phone and call the president, ask for some help, ask for that 2%, rehabilitate yourself, make yourself better in the eyes of the Guyanese people. You just can't be failing all the time. That is one way of redeeming this situation. That is one way of making sure that we are also respected in the world. And that is one way of getting things on the table there. So with these in mind, with these in mind, and I've also talked about this representative class auction that I've been working on, and also I'm calling for more transparency. I'm calling for more accountability. I'm calling for more situations where people be made whole. And this is the guy I've been telling you people about. I found the paperback, Andrew Donald. As Kishore asked me about Andrew Donald, what was the situation with this inquiry? This man was captain in MV Barima for 12 years. 12 years, and he left. And they tried after him, and he said, Minister, come and put thing on the boat. This body coming and tell you want this, and when they're done, they tried to fire him. Brothers and sisters, that's a sad state of our democracy, and that man deserves better. And he's a witness. The wreck is exhibit number 1. The tragedy is exhibit number 2, and the captain is exhibit number 2. Sorry. And number 3, you got this here. I was to play it last night. So I'm going to play it now for you. Listen to this. This is somebody who's on the MV Barima and heard what happened. Here it is.
Yeah, daily is people putting out more stuff, jumping around, more stuff coming on the boat. Right now, they're right down, right down. That's no water, that's that come on the deck. Fully loaded, plus we're fetching a dab too on the boat, a real child. Fetching a dab. And the dab, they're right close to your room. So here's how it is.
Let me play it back. He's saying that this is a person who is still missing. It's like his last words on this earth. He was talking about the fact that he was on this ship, and that they're loading the ship, the water, they're right up to the bow and to the deck, and the captain keep putting on people there, and not the captain by his own volition, but people are commanding him or telling him that you got people. Let's listen to it again. Exhibit number 3.
Yeah,
Raw Frank.
People putting on more stuff.
People putting on more stuff. The captain putting on more stuff.
Right now, they're right down.
Right down.
That's no water, that's that. Come on the deck.
Water start coming in.
Fully loaded.
Fully loaded.
Fetching a dab too on the
Fetching a dead on the boat.
A real child. Fetching a dead. And the dead, they're right close to your room. So here's how it is.
You hear what he's saying there? He's saying that people fetching dead there and water coming in, and that is before the MV Barima sailed. So that is the condition in which that boat sailed, knowingly, knowledgeably, and you just can't say, well, oh, you know what? We don't know what happened there, or we are not part of this, or that's an accident. That's a clear derogation of the law and human behavior for them to continue to overload the boat and continue to plow it. So share the live, share the link, join in, make sure that you join my group so that we can have more people. We can be notified. You can know what's going on, and you can know exactly when we get facts, when we get news, and let you know what's going on now. So I'm going to close off now. Make sure you join the link. Make sure you join the group. Make sure you send out your likes. I've gotten over 30,000 likes for this broadcast alone. And I appreciate that. On these seven, this is my third or fourth broadcast in this area, and it's been there's a lot of people asking me for more. They're emailing me, calling me. I try to answer your issues. I try to answer your problems. ICE questions came up. I try to answer that also. And now we also have a situation in Guyana where we're bringing a class action lawsuit called a representative action for these poor people. I call upon the Bar Association to make sure that it also then on the S3 thing, because 7 hours is a long time. Imagine this ship lasted 7 hours to go out to that sea and not sink. And then they had roller on them, and the rollers went one side and shifted. They didn't even tie down the rollers. And hence that is why the ship buckled. So, the MV BARIMA was a real strong horse. She did so great. She did well. The captains and all them made it do a lot of work there. To beat a dead horse 7 more miles on so many trips of a vessel since 1838. I mean, the mind wonders that they had to be good to go so far. Although, I mean, they were negligent also. But, at some stage, that boat should not even be on the deck. But it did 7 miles, 7 extra hours, sorry, and then collapsed. God, they beat a dead horse to death in that ferry, That's a sin. But it is also a crime, and it's also a tort, and it's also something that has the problem to go on, and therefore they have to, a lot of things going to happen, lawsuits and come to the table and regulations to clean up traffic in Guyana, because you don't want aircraft falling out of the sky now, like Mr. Kushio was talking about and all those things. I was in an aircraft. I nearly died. I lost my life when I was a young man, 25 years old. They had a captain in George Grant Salt flying the aircraft, and the aircraft cut off and coming down over Monkey Mountain, and if you landed, nobody could find you. 1 week after poor Grant Salt and another captain named Emil Khan, they perished. God bless their soul. They've dropped down on the sky and now they never find it. Up to now, they bring radar, they bring this, they bring that. Nothing was able to find that. Believe it or not. Yes. Check up the history of Guyana. So thank God I was spared by 1 week. Death in the jungle of Guyana. So brothers and sisters, let us work together. Let us hold hands together. Let us pray together. Let us show love for each other. And let us ensure that Guyana resumes and gets better, because right now Guyana is sick. Guyana is going through a lot of problems. The people there are suffering. Those at the top and those at the bottom, there's a very wide gap. There should not be such a wide gap of hopelessness, disparity, and fear, and deprivation of our resources. This is not right. And this is something that has to, really be different. And this is how something has to be something that we have to work on, and something we have to cherish. Of course, we have freedom of speech. And like Anand said, you might have people coming with very nasty comments or very foolish things and very small-minded things. Those are not people that we're going to tolerate, or those who are going to bother. They will not keep us from our mission. And like he said, right here in the United States, here we've had a lot of people don't even go out and vote. They don't even know. They didn't understand or care to think what was this thing about. You know what I mean? So that is a problem with our people. You got to stand together and true for applause. Now I'm inviting you on, Pretty Barbie. Do you know about the Guyana issue? Well, it's coming down to the end of this program for tonight. I thank you for your company. I thank you for your audience. I hope we were able to shed some an issue on very issues. You're encouraged to speak up. You're encouraged to talk. You're encouraged to be part of this discussion, and you're encouraged to come out and talk about things and make sure that your voices are heard and that you can have a say in what is being done in Guyana. So I'm hoping that people can continue and you can write to us so we can continue to get your names and who the folks are, because I believe that if there's no compensation in this case, that we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a problem because we need to have compensation granted to the people. And if compensation and justice are not brought to them, I'm not talking about sending people to prison. I'm talking about giving people food, clothing, housing, and house lots, and taking care of them as Guyanese who been deprived. Like somebody in this asked a very great question, and that question was how somebody who's 6 years old lost both of their parents. How do you compensate them? What do you do for them? How do you make them whole? Aren't they human beings to have that too? Aren't they Guyanese? Who you expect to take care of them? You expect another country to take care of Guyanese people who've lost their lives? No. Your duty as Guyanese is that you have to make sure that you have to be the persons who can benefit from this great country. We're not a poor country. We're not a country that don't have resources. We're not a hand-to-mouth country anymore. We're not a country that you know that depend on anybody right now. We are a country that must be proud and must be able to handle our losses, and a country that must be able to do our best for our people, for our Guyanese people. Guyanese meaning not one set of people, for everybody. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about those who connected and those who have the people and those who got connections and those who pay the bribe and those things. No, this is not about that. This is about accountability. This is about transformation, and this is about bigging up everybody so they can also have a better life. Okay, that is what this is about. So if anybody else want to come on for a few final words, we thank Mr. MC Kishore, Mike Anand Kishore, for coming on, sharing some good views with us. And if there's anybody else who wants to join us, you're free to do so. And we can continue this discussion on another day. I want to tell you all a very good night to you. Help your brothers and sisters in the meantime, and make sure that you can all be part of a great program for Guyana, great changes, where Guyana can now, a lot of people think they can get away with this situation here because people don't really worry with them and what they're doing and the stealing and the accountability and all these kinds of things. But the thing is, we are going to be on top of this case. We're going to make sure we're doing this because all are involved, all are consumed. One of Guyana's greatest poets, Martin Carter, talked about that. And he said that you must, all are involved, all are consumed. And that you must always stand up for what is right. So where do we live in Guyana? We're not doing this for money. We're not doing this in a way to aggravate anyone. We're looking to fill the gap because we don't see anything coming to these people. We don't see anything coming up. We don't see any movement in that direction. And that is why we're asking for immediate solutions. We're asking for the top to bottom to make sure that they can do something about this and do it now and do it on a continuous rolling basis. Like I said, you just can't give a casket and look at, and sometimes they give the casket and it's very disgusting. I think one body was just thrown in some kind of a wooden what you call slap board or something like that instead of a proper coffin. I mean, this is an insult. This is the heart of a cruelty for you to just send a body and throw it to the relatives and said go and bury it, and all he put is like some kind of cardboard box or some kind of slap and so on. It's a slap in the face of humanity for you to be treating your people like that when you are the cause, when you as the government, um, you know, you are the ones who are doing this, and you are the ones who should bear the liability here. That's advantage. We're not going to sit back and see advantage and humiliation carry on in this way. We're not going to be doing that. Okay? We're not going to be doing that. We're going to be making sure that people are made whole, people are thought of, people are buried with dignity, and people are held accountable. And whether you are whatever, however high and mighty you may be, you must be able to have a heart, have feelings, and help people in this hour of tragedy. So I'm going to close off now. I wish all of you a very good night. We're going to be back in action. I don't know if tomorrow, probably not tomorrow, but another day. And that's why I told you to join, so that way you can hear, and so that way you can be part of my group, and you will get notifications accordingly, whether you're on Facebook, whether on YouTube, whether you're on TikTok, Facebook, or YouTube. So that way you can join in and you can be notified without me having to post prior notice. And that way you can be able to join our broadcast and become part of our group. And you'll be able to get facts, get arguments, get the law, get developments, be motivated, strengthen you, let you know your rights as citizens of Guyana, citizens of America. If ICE comes knocking on your door, and we're here to serve you, we don't ask for money, we don't ask for any sort of gifts or anything of that nature, but we do ask you to stay in touch and to learn from these as you know, to learn from these situations here. I've invited Cesar Ryan Singh. I don't know if he's going to join, but I don't know if anybody else wants to come on. But I've got to go now, and I will be in touch with you. I will be around, God willing, and we'll continue our conversation another day. I don't know if tomorrow will be convenient. I will see what I can do. Tomorrow, I don't know. I'll let you know. And that's when I come on, depending on how the news are movement and how the arguments are moving. So that way we can get hold of you, and you'll be alerted to come on my TikTok. Albert Baldeo, community leader, first elected district leader here, former magistrate, prosecutor, and state prosecutor, senior state counsel, and special counsel in Guyana. Signing off, wishing you all the best, thanking you for your time, thanking you for your audience, thanking you for your contributions, and thanking you also to be part and parcel of this discussion so that we can continue to be better human beings, better citizens, more responsible. We can be leaders, and we can contribute more to humanity and to society. And with that in mind, may God bless you. Good night, and God bless America. God bless Guyana, and God bless you all. Thank you, and good night. I'm being taken out of my home, I'm being taken from my car, I'm being taken off the streets, call 311 and tell them you want to be connected to a free immigrant services provider. Free immigrant services provider 311. That is a direct connection. Because you may be taking your social.
Because I confronted him one day in Smoky Park. And some of the Guyanese colleague was mad with me. I told him, and I said to him, why are you doing this for?
Why this PPP government is so wicked and so heartless to indigenous people.
You can't clean out the food now.
Hello, how you doing? Listen, a very good afternoon. Man, I'm doing this because you've elected me to be your voice, and I've done it because of Facebook and also on TikTok. And I'm doing this as a public service. Facebook. I know here some people are making. I'm doing this because there's a large demand. I'm doing this because you've elected me to be your voice, and I've done it because agency of Guyana. We don't get paid for this. We don't have some money.
It is very, very. Sometimes as a Hindu Indian, I'm
They'll concave to the people of Guyana. American law